to give my Ethelstan all that he deserves. But if I were to say this, he'd just tell me not to worry, that he isn't marrying me for my cooking. I envy Brigid her position in the Garth. She's established, proven. How long will it be until I can say the same? She asked him now, the people you scavenge, do they all take a while to adjust to life here? He shifted in his seat. Most of those I scavenge are younger than you, children really. They adapt quite easily once they see how things are here. It's rare for me to bring back an adult. What about the family Leonidas mentions in his book? The moment she said it, she recalled that the father had been killed. Ethelstan lowered his head and bit his lower lip. The mother and father did not survive. Only the baby, a little girl. Phoebe knew there was more to tell, but there were so many other things she didn't understand. So many mysteries, new terms like Snow Maiden, Elder Kin, Daughter of Embla. There were the events at Bear Garth, and Brigid's comment upon seeing her cross, and how such a community could come to exist in the first place. But most frustrating of all was her awareness that the greatest mystery lay within her, in the inexplicable visions, the unearthly encounters. She found herself pouring out all her questions, all her frustrations, all her pent feelings. Phoebe felt they were all somehow connected to one thing, but she had no idea what that was. When it was over, she had paced her way from the table to the fire. Ethelstan approached and hugged her. For a long while, they stood like that in silence. Then he sat her down by the fire, and he took his place behind her, arms around her, an indoor reprisal of their nightly forest ritual. She felt his heartbeat against her back, the regular rise and fall of his breath, and it calmed her. When he spoke, his voice was soft, his words slow in coming. I have failed in my duty. You've been through the examination, and passed. But before I even bring someone here, I am supposed to sift them, to make sure they are suitable for the Garth. You see, when I scavenge someone, in a way I'm taking the whole fate of the Garth into my hands. If it doesn't work out, if there's disagreement, or problems we don't normally encounter, then I would be to blame. And rightly so, if it were something I could have identified in the Outlands. I have to make sure that the person is fit for the Garth. It's quite rare to find that, in the 7th decade of the Retribution. No one remembers anything else. She knew it was true. Generations of guilt had not only accustomed whites to the idea of eventual extinction, but persuaded them to welcome it, a kind of collective suicide, and in her case, nearly a personal one. For a century and a half now, they could see the future in the changing color of the faces around them. They could witness cities transformed in 2 generations from proud princes of the plains to shuffling vagabonds wandering through desolation. Should they question this, or seek to halt it, the chains of guilt were retightened about their necks, and more pariahs were identified in order to keep the rest in fearful check. Yet still their fate gnawed at them, even when they internalized the retribution by censoring their thoughts, casting out any racial observations like demons from the possessed. From the corners of their mind it fretted them, this lack of collective futurity. Individually, they sought their escape. For some, drugs or alcohol, for others, promiscuity or pornography, and for all, meaningless entertainment and petty acts of cruelty. No, she thought, the vast majority of people I know wouldn't be able to function in the Garth. They simply wouldn't understand it, and their habits, their ways of thinking, would undo everything these people have created. And yet I am not one of those. Are you saying that you didn't, that you don't know if I'm fit for this place? And that made me afraid of losing you, if you should decide you didn't want to come here. It was strange to think of Ethelstan being afraid of anything. But why would he think I wouldn't want to be here? Meant to be here. What does he mean? She felt unsettled inside, uncomfortable with the idea that Ethelstan would know something about her that she didn't know herself. is grateful for the gift of those harsh ages of ice and snow, for they made the beauty of the one he loves. And it's true, I do want to marry you, and to be with you forever. After last night, I know you feel the same way. So I don't think I was presuming too much in what I told them. I did it because I feel very possessive about you, and I didn't want there to be any doubt about us. But, I also knew that by declaring it, the men's council would pry less into how well I had prepared you. They would just assume that if you were my snow maiden, I must have prepared you completely. But I didn't, and for that, I am sorry. I should have told you last night at the latest, at least to gauge your feelings. Not that you would have wanted to turn back, but at least you would have had that option. She squeezed his hand, turning to look up at him. Edelston, I'm here now, and I'm with you. We're to be married in 2 days. So what is this all about? He sighed, and she felt his chest lower as the pent-up breath escaped. Remember when I was talking about how the founders came together to form the Garth? And I said how they knew it wasn't enough to just not feel guilty or ashamed. They wanted to raise their children to be proud of who they were, fully aware of their identity. In a way that no one could take away from them. I remember. And I told you how they recognized, first, that we are unique in body, that this is a gift from countless ages of struggle, a sifting of those who could meet the challenges from those who could not. Every race has become perfectly matched to the lands it inhabits, the natural forces it encountered. And the next night, I told you about how the founders recognized that each race is also unique in mind. Our race has a magnificent array of mental abilities, the natural inquisitiveness and ingenuity, the planning and organizing, but also the self-reliance and individual perseverance. If our bodies were strong, it was our minds that enabled us to explore continents, from the deepest jungles to the ice-capped poles. To look into the very smallest bits of matter and energy, and to launch ourselves toward the stars. He shifted, and yet there is a third thing that I should have discussed with you. By last night, at the latest. But then well, I certainly don't regret that. But it comes down to this, Phoebe, each race has its own distinct physical form, its own peculiar ways of looking at the world, yet is that all? Does it stand to reason that, being so different in body and mind, we should have souls made upon the same plan? Up until relatively recently, no race, no tribe thought so. Every people thought of itself as unique, and so they were. This is the third rail that the founders dared to touch. Are we all made in God's image? The Pygmies of Africa, the Aborigines of Australia, the inscrutable Chinese, the men of the North, were they truly all made by one God in his own image? They say this image is something that cannot be seen. Then how are we so different under the skin, down to the very wellspring of our identities? These are the questions that the founders dared to contemplate. We are nearing the central mystery of the Garths, Phoebe thought. The pith. Outside, the rain was more insistent now, driven hard by the wind. That they could not conceive of the two being separated. A man simply was an Athenian, or a Saxon, or a Goth, and that identity encompassed all you needed to know about his religion. Culture, religion, and ethnicity were inseparable. They could not conceive of them as abstract things, or like a garment that you could take off and transfer to another person. Then a man came along, preaching the brotherhood of all races. His name was Alexander. He destroyed the independence of all the peoples who stood in his way, and he sought to meld them into one subject race, by force if necessary. And that he was unsuccessful, but for centuries men lived with the consequences. Wherever he conquered, wherever his successors carved out their portions of empire, men were now ruled from distant capitals. Their lands were crossed by rival armies and overrun by unchecked immigration. Their livelihoods were impoverished by a global economy that put them in competition with distant lands in Asia. Crowded into big cities, cut off from their tribes and their traditions, jostled by strange races with stranger gods. They felt no connection to each other, and no continuity with their own past. Phoebe thought of the metropolis she had left behind. He was describing her world, except they had not needed an Alexander to make it so. They had done it to themselves. Here was a mystery. What Alexander did to the east, the Romans did to the west in their pursuit of empire. The countryside was flooded with slave labor working vast plantations, driving the free farmer out of business and chasing him to the city. There his descendants would never know what it means to live in a real community, among their own kinfolk, subject to no one. Like this Garth, she thought. Perhaps it feels natural because it is natural. In the cities of the Roman Empire, it was not so different from how it is today. People felt ethnically isolated, hemmed in, unable to change their situation and unable to escape it. They became less patriotic and less confident in their culture. Alienated from their traditions, the residents of these cities reached out for any foreign cult that offered a sense of belonging, a sense of purpose in life. There were many such cults, and some could claim millions of followers, but the most successful one in the long run offered a community of faith that would replace the lost tribe. It offered even a substitute family, replete with brothers and sisters. And it told the people of these cities that it didn't matter if they were Greek or Roman or Jewish or African. Just as they were all subject to one emperor, they were all subject to one God. So now we come to it, she thought. Athelstan stirred, rising to get more wood for the fire. As he knelt down and placed the logs, he said, "I'm sorry, Phoebe. I should have prepared you more. It shouldn't be like this, the shock of too much that is unexpected. I have no desire to antagonize you, but I have to explain why things look the way they do." With its musty smell, turquoise-painted walls, and crumbling floor tiles. Once, when she was 5 years old, she had watched a boy pick up one of those loose tiles and hide it in his pocket. She told him he shouldn't do that. Sheepishly he put it back, but the next moment an adult walking by inadvertently knocked it away. The boy just stood there, smirking. It made her angry that he didn't see that it was the right thing to do even if it wouldn't stay. They went to church often then, but more rarely as the years went by. After her father died, her mother tried to keep going, but Phoebe complained as she got older. Finally, her mother gave in and let her stay with Grandma, who was too sick to walk that far. In the end, even her mother went on only the most important holidays and the anniversary of her husband's death. Phoebe now regretted all the pain she had thoughtlessly caused her mother out of selfishness. She remembered how it felt to sit in rows of mostly empty pews, staring ahead at the backs of the gray-haired parishioners waiting to receive the blood of Christ. Other churches, the apocalyptic ones, had more members, but she could never feel their enthusiasm. All this focus on the end times and the rapture seemed to her like hoping God would save them from a bullet which they themselves had fired. No, that bullet would finish its course, she thought, and the end would come long before the end times. She thought of Grandma and her Bible, of the beautiful language that it had opened up to her, so different from what she encountered at school. But the poetic cadences of King James only made it more agonizing to find in those verses no answer that made sense of her world. The Old Testament resembled, somewhat, the world of the retribution and the atonement, with its treatment of guilt as something that could be passed down through a people, its strict racial categories, its genocide of entire peoples judged to be enemies, men, women, and children alike being put to the sword. The New Testament, at first glance, seemed to void much of that, but lifted one burden only to place an even heavier one, that of universal love. Yet was it right to lay the blame for the modern world on a religion that had surely been waning long before the retribution? In those sermons she had heard a call to return to the faith, that what ailed the world was the lack of it. Even then, she'd had her doubts that this was what would set the world to rights, but it seemed unfair to attribute that ruin to a faith whose high-water mark was so long ago. If it were crumbling like those age-worn tiles, was it right to needlessly add to the destruction? Edelston moved away from the fire and sat back down, this time beside her, rather than hugging her from behind. Whether it stemmed from anxiety for her reaction, or a desire to keep a respectful distance, she felt the physical separation keenly. He avoided her gaze, looking instead at the fire, his arms about his knees. We are by nature a generous people, a people of great compassion and hospitality. But this used to be for those inside the garth, or those who invoked ties of blood and marriage to ask for help when disaster came. But the religion of the cross told us to extend this same compassion to everyone, as Jesus said in the parable of the Good Samaritan. Suddenly, there was to be no garth, for every man is my brother. And as for the family, well, Jesus said he came to divide the family, to set a man at variance against his father, and the daughter against her mother. 16. One's belief was now more important than one's blood. Creed replaced clan. And for the sake of this creed, we were now to go throughout the world, baptizing all nations. We were to have no choice but to go into the homelands of all the races. And thus our compassion, which is far stronger than any other race possesses, became our undoing. We sent our young men and women into distant lands, to bring the other races our medicine, and that caused their numbers to multiply. That, in turn, created another problem, food, so we brought them that, too. All our cleverness and ingenuity and self-sacrifice were put at the service of making life better for the rest of the world's peoples. We were taught to feel sorry for them, sorrier for someone on the other side of the world than for our own children. We let them into our lands, let our children mix with them. We helped and taught and clothed and fed, only to have it thrown back in our faces, or to be killed for our troubles. We were told to love, and that not to love was to hate, and we loved right to the point when the shackles were put on us, and even afterwards. When the retribution came, it found its enemies rendered defenseless by their own priests, who enjoined compassion and forgiveness. From the pulpits, pastors lashed their congregations for their hard-heartedness in not letting in more of the human deluge, even as what was left of white society was drowned in crime, drugs, mindlessness, and apathy. That there was something holy in being a victim, in being meek and poor and trod upon. So that even in victory, in prosperity, we learn to feel ashamed, shame, the true white man's burden. She had never thought about it in quite this way, but Edelston's words did strike a chord within her, reservations she had always harbored. What was the song we were taught as children? Red, brown, yellow, black and white. They are precious in his sight. That message could not be more out of sync with the world she lived in, a world in which whites could never live down the evil their ancestors had done. But surely it was absurd to blame this for the retribution. After all, it was not love the retribution accused whites of, but racism and oppression. Or was it, as Edelston suggested, that this message prevented whites from taking measures to protect themselves? Did it create a deficiency in the immune system, shutting down the natural defenses of a race to preserve itself? But if that were true, how could the church have done all the things that Phoebe's teachers had accused it of? How could it be both racist and race-ending? Haltingly, she mounted a defense. But I read that in the medieval times, Christians fought the Arabs. Our teachers taught us that this was a great evil, for the Muslims were a peaceful people. I know now that's not true, but there were many Christian warriors. If what you're saying is true, how do you explain that? Your textbooks were wrong about the Muslims. They were anything but peaceful. They invaded Europe time and time again. But yes, there have been many great Christian warriors. I am named after one of them. You cannot change a people, you cannot transform a race merely by making them Christian. The world of the retribution is proof of that. And not every act a man does is because he is a Christian. Many times the hordes of Asia and Africa invaded before the cross ever came to Europe. My father, Leonidas, was named for another hero, a pagan, who stood with a handful of men in a narrow pass, facing 1,000,000 Asians and Africans. His people were fighting for their families and their homeland, centuries before Christ. So were those who came after Christ. Would Europe's Christians have welcomed the Arabs in if they had baptized? If yes, it would have meant their own annihilation as a people. If no, then tribe was more important than religion. Outside, thunder rumbled. The sound was distant, but long and deep. You see, Eggleston continued, wherever family and tradition were strong, Christianity ran into opposition. Outside the big cities, in the countryside, there was so much resistance that the old word for a country dweller, paganus, came to mean anyone who followed the old gods. But the emperors of Rome wanted a uniform, obedient population. At first, they persecuted Christians as a threat to their power, but in the end, the church won over Rome's rulers by showing them the services it could render unto Caesar. The standardization and control the church brought over survived even the empire's fall. The nations of the north were still free. Rome had never conquered them, and that made all the difference. These people knew who their ancestors were. Not some faceless, nameless crowd they owed nothing to, but a living line, a sacred lineage of names and heroes. These people didn't hunger for an artificial family and tribe, for the one they had was dear to them. And so they fought. How they fought. Even as the thunder sounded again, closer this time, Phoebe felt herself falling away as she had twice before, into a world as strange as another planet and yet as familiar as her own body. Eggleston's voice trailed off, and suddenly she was in a thick forest, the morning sun dappling the ground with light. When she stepped forward, it was to find herself on 4 hooves, for she was a horse. With a horse's sharp ears Phoebe heard a shout in the distance, but it was with a boldness all her own that she went toward the source of the noise instead of away from it. Emerging from the wood, she found herself at the edge of a broad clearing. In the distance were 2 rivers, and in the V where the smaller flowed into the larger, she saw horses, and men atop those horses. From the far edge of the clearing came a long line of men on foot. Some carried weapons, but the others were unarmed, their hands bound. These prisoners were being marched to the river, about 100 meters distant, where men in black robes awaited them. Here, in groups of 10, their heads were dunked briefly in the water. Some resisted and were struck down by the guards, but most submitted to it as inevitable. As each group finished, it was marched on toward the headland where the rivers met. There, men in glistening armor sat on horseback, and the first group of 10 was made to kneel before them. Safe on the other side of the river, Phoebe ventured closer to this scene. As she approached, she saw that not all the men on horseback were armored. One was dressed in a black robe, and his helmetless head was shaved on top, the hair forming a circle about it. At his side stood a dozen men, similar to him in appearance. Among the armored horsemen one stood out, a big bear of a man. On his brow rested an iron crown. The first 10 prisoners had been presented to him, but it was not he who addressed them, but the robed man on horseback by his side. She pricked up her ears, and what she heard she understood, although it was not the English of many apples, nor even of King James, but a much more ancient form. It was as if the memory of it lay deep within her bones, passed on through the bloodline. "You have never had a king over you before this time," the black robe said. "But since you are unwilling to accept God's commands, a king has been prepared for you. He has invaded your lands, spoiled and laid them waste. He has led you here, deprived of your inheritance, to be slain by the sword. And he will hand over your possessions to whom he has in mind, and your children will be slaves both to him and his successors." 17. The kneeling prisoners looked up but were silent. A moment passed. The king nodded, then the guards on either side of the prisoners forced down their heads. Other men, armed with axes, stepped forward, and one by one, the heads came off with a dull thump, jetting blood. Before Phoebe could recover from the sight, 10 more men were brought forward and beheaded. She looked back at the line of prisoners, which extended into the forest. It appeared to have no end. Already the third group was before the king and his priest, then the fourth. Some of the men shouted defiance, naming their ancestors and their gods. Fathers and sons died together, or called from one group to another as the fatal moment came. Others kept their silence, but none begged for their lives. The king, for his part, did not appear to be troubled by this response, but expected it, almost looked forward to it, as if each execution brought him closer to his goal. The sickening proceeding continued, only occasionally halting when heads and bodies lay so thick about that the sight had to be moved further down the river. On and on it went, as the line of men marked for death snaked out of the forest. Every minute, 10 men died, then an hour had passed, then half the day, and then the sun itself grew tired and began to sink. Yet still it went on, thousands of men soaking the ground with their blood, an entire people. But one man in all those thousands broke free. She did not see how he slipped his bonds, but there he was, sprinting away from the slaughter, heading for the river, in her direction. The armed men shouted, some chased after him, others shot arrows, but still the man raced until he reached the river, then dove in. Phoebe realized with a start that if he managed to cross, he would be on her side of the river. She galloped forward, as arrows zipped into the water. He swam deep beneath the surface. She didn't know if he was alive or dead until the moment he emerged on the riverbank, half dead from exhaustion. It would not be long, however, before the others were here. Already, riders were heading toward a more passable part of the river upstream. Even if he had the energy to run, it would not save him. Phoebe neighed and pawed the ground. He looked up, noticing her for the first time. A fire came to his eyes, as the hope of survival took hold there. With titanic effort he got to his legs, then heaved himself onto her. She took off at a gallop, and though she needed no guidance, he showed surprising skill atop the saddleless horse. This man knew how to ride. Heading for the trees, she could hear the hoofbeats of other horses behind them, ridden by men who also knew how to ride. And then she was in the forest, and a surge of confidence moved through her, for she knew this place. She had moved through these Saxon forests as a wolf and knew their secrets. And she had flown high above as a hawk, following the course of these rivers, for behind them lay the Aller and the Weser. Exulting in her speed and skill, she left their pursuers behind and galloped forward, a horse and her rider. North they went, resting but a little, traveling night and day. They saw burned-out villages, a people subjugated, their leading men taken away and executed. She saw women rush toward them in hope, crying out names she had heard at the riverbank, men she knew would never return. On the third day, they came to a high earthen wall, still under construction, extending far off in either direction. The men stopped at their work and challenged her rider. They exchanged words, and though the men spoke a foreign tongue, she could make out the bare meaning. They were going to take him to their king, where he could deliver his message. Their king was not far away, for he was supervising the men's work on the wall. When he turned to look at them, she saw that he was young, with blonde hair flowing over his shoulders. 18, he wore no crown or diadem, no visible indication of the respect in which his men held him. However, the troop of men about him, a dozen men his age, wore gold bands about their strong arms and bore magnificent swords. Food and fodder were sent for, and after man and beast had eaten, the two men spoke in the open air, for it was the height of summer. The king sat with his chief advisers about him, older men, some hoary with great age. Here were the leaders of the Danes. The writer shared his story, eliciting both outrage and dread from this audience. They feared the great king to the south, ruler of a vast empire, feared the armies he could marshal. They had heard of what his grandfather had done to the Frisians, a people to the west. His servants had utterly destroyed that people's independence, tore down their ancient altars, and brought in the black robes to uproot the old ways. For this reason, the Danes had undertaken this great earthwork, which would be a fortified line to protect their land, a peninsula. They had also heard how the grandson had recently invaded the land of the Saxons and destroyed their great sacred tree in an effort to break their spirit. But this new report, of a massacre unparalleled, a mass beheading of thousands, shook them to the core. With the Saxons gone, this dread king would be at their doorstep. It was clear enough he intended to revive the Roman Empire, and with it the Roman ways, lending the Blackrobes his sword only to use them to enlarge his power. But how to resist his terrible strength? Phoebe saw the burning look in the young king's eyes, how he longed to fight. But the Saxons, too, were a mighty people, and they had been crushed. In the end, he felt that he could do no otherwise than build his wall, and wait. Phoebe's writer thanked the man for his hospitality, and in the morning, they set off further north, spreading the word of a world come undone. To kings and kinglets, chieftains and lords he went. Many times he was offered a fresh horse, but he declined, preferring the mare which had saved his life. She carried him to the edge of the sea, then they boarded a ship that carried them to the islands where sea kings had carved out their realms. Beyond that lay another land, of impassable mountains and deep inlets carved deep by water. Here fire and ice, earth and water met in their primordial state, in a land inhabited by men no less primordial, their eyes like glaciers and their hair like the sun. They received him hospitably, heard his tale, and pondered. Of the Blackrobes they had heard, as well as rumors of an Iron King. Although his power lay far away, these men knew that distance can be overcome. In the height of summer, winter seems an impossibility, but it comes soon enough, all the more terrible for those who fail to plan. Where do the Blackrobes come from? One Northman, his beard streaked with gray, asked as they sat in council around the fire. From Rome, another answered. Nay, not all of them, her writer said. Old Thor's Oak. These Blackrobes, do they live together, or separately? Together, like a war band. The gray-bearded Northman leaned forward, fire playing across his battle-scarred face. Words. But surely they are prepared for such an attack. Not in England, the veteran rejoined. We'll cross the sea, mind you, rather than hug the coast. They'll have no warning. Her writer, the Saxon, spoke. We can not only do that, another added, we can go hundreds of miles upstream and turn every river into coastline. 3 feet of water is all I need. Cross the open sea they did, the following summer, and the Saxon went with them. Although they needed no horses, for their custom was to take them from where they landed, the Saxon insisted on bringing her, for to him she had become a talisman. Phoebe knew that the Iron King and his Blackrobes did not speak for all Christians, but it was one thing to hear of over 4,000 men executed in a single day, and another to see it, to see a river running red, choked with bodies, to see entire villages bereft of any man. The lifeless trunks of those proud warriors were still vivid in her memory when the ship's keel scraped the beach, and she leapt into the water with no less eagerness than her rider. They struck like lightning from a clear sky that day, and the shock was felt far away, yes, even by the Iron King. A war had begun, one that would outlast his sons, and their grandsons' grandsons. 19, she could hear Edelston's voice in the distance, and it called her back. With limbs that still felt the muscle memory of horse legs, and a mind that half thought the fire to be the burning remains of a monastery, Phoebe found herself once more in a cabin in Wolfgarth, nestled in the Drakensberg, in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. This time, she felt even less tired than she had after the second such experience, and when the thunder of the growing storm boomed all about them, she felt a surge of energy that made her tingle. How can I ever explain this? She thought. I can't even explain to myself what is happening. Edelston, unaware of her experience, was speaking. He was revered. Men like Saint Olaf cut a bloody swath for the new creed, not flinching from torturing those who resisted. Entire crusading orders were founded to wipe out the Slavs who clung to their old gods. Her legs still tingling, she stirred. Edelston, taking it for an objection, countered, I'm not saying that you can't find a king who accepted the faith freely. But how well did he really understand what he was doing? Some of them just added the new god alongside the old. And what did his conversion mean for his people? The old ways continued in the countryside for centuries. People still went to the sacred places, spoke the names their grandmothers had taught them, passed down ancient wisdom not written in any foreign gospel. It took 1,000 years from the time of the first missionaries to the north for even the official conversion of the last holdouts. Even then the task was not complete. In fact, it's never been complete. Because the missionaries were so desperate to win, they were even willing to change their own religion in order to make it more like what they were fighting. Edelston stood up and walked over to the bookcase. Phoebe stretched her legs. The gentle ache reminded her of their nights in the forest. We're still there, she thought, in a way. Deep in the forest, in a house made of trees, just the two of us sitting before the fire. I don't know where this is headed, but as long as we can hold on to that, we'll be all right. When he returned, he was carrying a purple-covered book whose title read Helliand, and underneath that, the Saxon Gospel. From the look of it, it had to be well over a century old. This is the gospel they gave to the Saxons, after Charlemagne had subdued them. He flipped through, stopping here and there to read her short passages. It was the gospel account, all right, but seen through a glass, darkly. In it, Christ was a kind of wizard chieftain, speaking runes of power, with the apostles for his war band. Mary gave birth to him in a hill fort, where he was tended to by noble horsemen, and she placed him lovingly in jewels. Simon Peter was a great swordsman, flying into a berserker rage at Gethsemane. The Last Supper took place in a mead hall, while the devil donned a cap of invisibility to deceive Pilate's wife. There were even hints that the apostles might not even be Jewish, but hail instead from a northern people. She imagined St. Paul would be rather horrified. But even these were small differences compared to other changes. There was little glorification of victimhood here. The Beatitudes had been transformed into praises of warrior endurance. You can see it here, he said, the beginnings of what they used to call muscular Christianity. But the muscles have always been provided by the pre-Christian elements in that mixture, the ancient warrior spirit of our people. We have moral obligations even to the enemies of our kin and race. To make our people accept that would take them centuries, and they were never entirely successful. He put down the book. This is just one example. Throughout the North, they blended Christianity with the old ways, the tribal religions. They didn't just take over the holy sites, they repurposed the old gods. The Irish were given Saint Brigid, and she had the same feast day and the same associations as the goddess they had always known by that same name. Brigid, thought Phoebe, names here always seem to have another meaning. Easter itself is named after Eastrae, the goddess of spring and the dawn, whose special animal was the hare. And our Christmas traditions bore no resemblance to the gospel account of Jesus' birth, which wouldn't have taken place in the winter anyway, with shepherds all about the fields. Christmas was the old holiday of Yule, the time when our people would celebrate the rebirth of the sun at winter solstice, a time when Odin, a bearded god wearing a cloak, would go on his winter ride and bring gifts. The triumph of Christianity was the triumph of a hybrid, Not anything a wandering rabbi from the 1st century would have recognized. You cannot completely change our spirit, no matter how foreign the faith. We were forged in the forests of Europe, and there our soul remains. But if that's true, she replied, if the religion was remade to suit us, then how could the founders, find it objectionable? I mean, surely the more like us it became, the better. I would agree with that to a certain extent, he conceded. It's better to have half an inheritance, or even a quarter, than nothing at all, which is what Islam would have left us with. And to the extent that it became a hybrid, European Christianity served as a vessel for our people's artistic sensibility, for their warrior spirit, for their ceaseless questing. I would never dismiss the Christians of our line as fools. To regard them as such would be to cut ourselves off from the folk memory that coursed through them, from unseen wells, to connect us with our past. But at its core, Christianity remained a universal religion, like Islam. It preaches that we are all alike and then gradually helps make it so. It respects no boundaries, admits no rivals, stakes a claim to all souls. That is why each time Christians reformed their religion, they scratched the surface and found something completely different underneath. The purists were horrified by this and scraped away another pagan holdover. Each time they did, in their zeal they failed to notice how they were weakening any connection to our nature, our folk soul. The blessing of swords, the honoring of sacred relics, the pilgrimages to shrines, the veneration of blood. Little did the Protestants know that when they stripped their religion of these, they were only hastening its demise, hastening the arrival of a world with no magic, a world of inert clay on a potter's wheel. Their gods are demons, that they should join with you to avoid everlasting punishment. He sighed in exasperation. Things so absolute with them. Was it the contrast of burning sand and lush oasis that made them so obsessive about sin and pleasure? When baptism should occur, or whether you should cross yourself with 3 fingers or 2. Over the centuries, millions of whites died because of such things. But the idea of fighting each other over religion never occurred to our folk until the desert faiths came. I've studied the earliest days of the primeval era, and found no such thing. Look at it this way. He motioned toward her. There is such a diversity of people, why shouldn't there be a diversity of gods? After all nations believed they were chosen by their gods. The Jews were not the only ones. Thinking, this universalism, that it's all or nothing, that we must all be the same, it left a lasting legacy. So people who abandoned Christianity, who even came to fight Christianity, still saw the world in those terms. Communists, progressives, feminists, isms, of all varieties, they all had the one answer for everybody. There was always some kind of paradise lost, some original sin we were guilty of, some group of enemies we had to eliminate, some salvation that was just around the corner if we could just do this one thing. That's the tune we were singing right up to the retribution, and some still hum the music. Phoebe acknowledged that his words had the ring of truth, but she was confused. What was the alternative? Where was a way out? So are you suggesting we should abandon all belief? That we should all become atheists? Garth did not seem like a collection of atheists. She knew that her own childhood was abnormal, because for most whites, religion had ceased to play any role in their lives. Whatever they might call themselves, for all intents and purposes they were atheists. Is this all that is left for us? To pick at the tiles and smirk at how clever we are? If so, I would rather clutch my cross, in spite of it all. Atheists. He looked both amused and disappointed. You know, I was an atheist when I first came here. They didn't give me grief over it, any more than they would hassle you. Leonidas had a version of this same conversation with me. Although the starting point was different, the destination was the same. I remember he called atheism the great temptation, one to which he had once fallen victim. It frees you, he said, from having to make moral sense of the world. It's an escape like suicide is an escape, only instead of taking your life, you pretend that part of it never existed. If only he knew, she thought, how close I came to taking that very step. God. I prided myself on looking at the world as it actually is. But I ignored this self-evident truth, that we have a spiritual nature, and it must be fed. Even if it means gobbling poison, our hunger will be fed. If not by Christianity, then by communism or some other ideology. We cannot tolerate a life without meaning. Love, loyalty, and sacrifice actually mean something. I lived my life as if it had meaning and purpose, as if my choices mattered. But at the same time I would have told you that there could be no purpose or meaning, no free will, just matter and energy playing out endlessly, mechanically. Only a small minority can live out the fullness of that cold doctrine, and that tiny group has done great harm to the rest of us throughout history. No, Phoebe, we have a spiritual nature, and it is as distinct as our bodies and our minds. Those who deny that are as blind as those who deny our biological uniqueness. So where did this spiritual distinctness come from? And why did it nearly disappear? That, the founders realized, is the key question. Phoebe was somewhat reassured by his words but still bewildered. So, you're not atheists. But what else is there? Athelstan grinned. So it's true what Leonidas said. Once you've come to doubt in all the other gods, it's not such a big step to doubt in just one more. What else is there, Phoebe? Only everything our race once possessed, for thousands of years, just as every other race and people did. A religion for our folk, gods of our people, those whose names we unconsciously invoke every time we say the days of the week. Phoebe's mind reeled. So you, and the others, you worship the old gods. Worship is not a word you will hear often. The gods of our folk have incredible power, but they do not ask us to bow down or scrape our knees before them. We hold our heads high, for we are their kin. He glanced back at the bookcase. With all the excitement of a child sharing his favorite toy, he flipped to a page and showed her 2 stanzas. Soul they had not, mind they had not blood nor voice nor color fair. Soul gave Odin, mind gave Honir, blood gave Loder, and color fair. 20 ask, he explained, is an ancient word for ash, as in the ash tree, and embla means elm. According to this, the first man and woman of our race were not created out of nothing, but from something already alive in nature. Like 2 trees they were, lacking warm blood, consciousness, and a soul, until they were made into the first man and woman of our people. The color fair, that is our appearance, and it is one of the gifts of our gods. That is why you were called a daughter of Embla today, just as I am a son of Ask. And that is why in our wedding ceremony, the man says, I am the ash, and you are the elm. Each pairing, in a way, is that first couple. He put the book aside and laid more wood in the fire. As the flames licked at the new logs, Phoebe remembered other fires long ago, when as a wolf she sat, near another man and woman. 1,000 times and always the same man and woman, though different in appearance, 2 trees growing together, a common destiny. A beautiful image, but what about the other races? He shrugged his shoulders. According to their own accounts, they were made in the image of their gods. Why should I doubt them? It makes more sense to me. And it doesn't require me to go around the world, telling everyone that they're wrong. Each people has, or had, a religion that fits them like a glove. The African tribes, the Aborigines of Australia, the Japanese and the Chinese, the Red Indians, all of them. They all have distinct spiritual natures. They honor their ancestors, who are different from our own. Just because we have our own gods, who shaped and forged our nature, doesn't mean that we oppose others. Just the opposite, in fact. It is the desert faiths that took the God of a single people and made him universal, one whom all are called upon to kneel before and worship. And all are ultimately judged by whether they share that belief or not. That has always been a recipe for bloodshed, and never so bloody as when it occurred within our race. But we were made by our gods, Phoebe, and we resemble them more than we do other races. Our ingenuity, our steadfastness of purpose, our longing to always reach for higher things, all this was given to us by our gods. Outside, the thunder had abated for the moment. Above the hearth's crackle, the howling wind could be heard. Phoebe reflected on something she had never quite found the words for. The feeling that her faith was under invasion. She was all too aware that many other races shared her faith, the fruit of some long-dead missionary's work. It was as if they had come to America to haunt his descendants, altering the world of his great-grandchildren far more than he had hoped to change theirs. Still others brought Islam with them, a creed no less universal. They established the Sharia zones, carving out whole sections of the cities as colonies of some other country, the House of Islam. But whether the immigrants were Christian or Muslim or Voodoo, whenever whites were about to say enough, their ministers would remind their congregations of where their duty lay. Even though what Edelston had unveiled to her was incredibly strange, part of her wondered what it would be like to have a religion that no one could appropriate, that no one could steal and use as a battering ram against you. Edelston sat back down by her side and opened the book once more. There is much more that explains how we became who we are. Our Lord tells us that one of the gods, Heimdall, wandered the world we live in. Among men he was known as Rig, a word the Celts used for king. One day he came to a crude dwelling. Phoebe looked into the flickering flames as he read. Long ago, they say, there went walking over green ways a kinsman of the gods, powerful and ancient, mighty and brave, Rig went striding. On he went down the middle of the way, until he came to a house with its door ajar. In he went, saw a fire on the floor, a venerable couple, man and wife, sat by the hearth, great-grandfather and great-grandmother in ancient garb, and thick with husks. She carried it on a trencher, with broth in a bowl, and set it on the board. Here are the descendants of Ask and Embla, Edelston explained. Afterwards Rig got up, resolved to sleep. He knew how to counsel them. He laid down in the middle of the bed, between the man and woman of the house. There he remained for 3 nights, then walked on down the middle of the way, while 9 months passed by. Then great-grandmother bore a baby, and sprinkled him with water, a swarthy boy, naming him Laborer. This story tells how Heimdall not only taught our ancestors new skills, but intervened in our evolution. He mixed his blood with our race. It's what we call the blood gift. So we were not only created by the gods, we are partly descended from them. After this, while life for the following generations was still hard, they were able to farm and herd animals, and he began to try his strength, to bind up logs, make loads, bearing home wood all day long. The son of the house sat near her. They talked and whispered all day long, Laborer and Laboress, then prepared their bed. They lived together, had children, and were happy. They fashioned dwellings, manured the fields, tended swine, raised goats, dug turf. From them come the generations of laborers. Edelston looked up. Then, in a later generation, Heimdall returned. Rig went along straight roads, until he came to a large house, its door half open. In he went, saw a fire on the floor. Grandfather and grandmother owned the house. Man and wife were sitting, busy at their work, the man carving wood for a loom, his beard trimmed, his hair cut, his shirt well fitted, and a trunk lay on the floor. The woman sat there, plying her distaff, stretching out the cloth on her arms as it left the loom, a kerchief on her head, a blouse on her chest, a wrap on her shoulders, held by brooches. Afterwards Rig got up, resolved to sleep. He knew how to counsel them. He laid down in the middle of the bed, between the man and woman of the house. By to construct carts and drive the plow. So our ancestors mastered farming, Eggleston noted, and began building more impressive structures. In linen. As man and wife they lived, exchanging rings, spreading the bed covers, setting the household in order. They lived together, had children, and were happy. From them came the generations of farmers. You can see what's happening here, Eggleston observed. First great-grandfather and great-grandmother, then grandfather and grandmother. There is a sequence. And when Heimdall returned, our race had advanced still further. Onward Rig went along straight roads, until he came to a hall whose door looked south. The door was closed, a ring in the doorpost. He went right in, saw a floor strewn with straw. Man and wife sat, looking each other in the eye, father and mother, fingers at work. The man of the house sat, twisting cord, bending a bow, shafting arrows. And the lady of the house was looking at her arms, smoothing the linen, straightening her sleeves. She had a fine headdress, with a brooch on her chest. Long her trailing dress, her blouse dyed blue. Bright her brow, shining her breast, her neck whiter than freshly fallen snow. Eggleston rested the book on his leg. Did you know, he mused, that our women are whiter than our men? I don't mean from being inside more, although our men here do get a tan from working outside. But our women, to prepare them for having babies. But our women, to prepare them for having babies, naturally have more of a vitamin that makes them whiter. Phoebe was reminded of the term snow maiden. She liked the idea of being pristine, the gift of ages of ice and snow. Eggleston looked back at the book. You can see that as time went on, our race was becoming more like the gods, in mind as well as body. Rig knew how to counsel them, sat down in the middle of the floor, with the man and woman of the house on either side. Plentiful food, laid out silver, set the table with bacon and roasted fowl. Wine in a tankard was poured out in goblets, as they drank and talked all day long. While 9 months passed by. Mother bore a baby, wrapped him in silk, sprinkled him with water, and called him Noble. Fair was his hair, bright his cheeks, flashing his eyes like a little serpent. Noble grew up on the hall benches, the shield he learned to bear, to string the bow, bend the elm, fashion arrows, throw the shaft, shake the spear, ride the horse, loose the hounds, brandish the sword, and swim the channel. By his own name he called him his son, bade him take hold of his ancestral lands, the ancient dwellings. To him, Phoebe was reminded of the cradle in the other room, depicting a baby on a boat, traveling with tools and weapons, the entire mix of objects that shape civilization. Was that Heimdall? Was it from another story about him? Eggleston kept reading. Noble rode through the murky wood, across the frosty mountains, until he came to a hall. His shaft he shook, bore his shield, rode swiftly the horse, brandished the shield, stirred up battle, reddened the fields, slew men and conquered lands. and came to the hall where Chieftain lived. A maiden he had, with slender fingers, pale and wise, called Skillful. They asked for her hand and drove her home. She took the bridal veil and married Noble, and together they lived, content. The generations prospered and enjoyed life. They grew up, the sons of Noble, tamed horses, bent shields, fashioned arrows, brandished spears. But King the Young knew runes, runes of life and runes of eternity. More he knew, to save men, to blunt blades and still the seas. He learned bird speech, to calm the fires, to soothe and lull, to relieve sorrows, and he had the might and endurance of 8 men. He contended in runes with Noble, his father, greater cunning and knowledge had he. He won the right to be called Rig, to know runes. 21 There is a bit more to the story, and much is lost, Ethelstan concluded, but that is most of it. It establishes the dual nature of our relationship with our gods, that of friendship and kinship. First, when the gods gave Ask and Embla their gifts, they created a bond of friendship. Friends exchange gifts. We don't pledge ourselves to the gods in order to get something from them, because we've already received their gifts. Not only the gift of our nature, but all that we receive and so often take for granted, like the fruitfulness of the soil, the rain that falls upon it, the life and abundance of our lands. But like any friendship, it withers if one side ignores it. For nearly 1,000 years, it has lain dormant. But now, here in the Garths, it is being renewed. And then Heimdall, whom our ancestors called the White God, created a bond of kinship by mingling the blood of the gods with our own. That act, the blood gift, makes us, and only us, their kin. Family members have obligations to each other, like living their lives in an honorable way. So even though the holy powers, as we sometimes call them, have abilities we can scarcely imagine, we do not bow before them or prostrate ourselves, we do not kneel or cast our eyes down. After all, we don't prostrate ourselves before our older relatives, even when we're children. It would demean both of us, and the gods are our elder kin. They don't want us to serve them, or to be their sheep. They want us to grow up, to become like them, to grow in strength and wisdom and love, to take on new challenges and do great deeds. 22 Elderkin. Phoebe remembered the term, which had so intrigued her when she read Leonida's last entry. Pieces began to fall into place, words said or unspoken, stories not fully understood, glances that dwelt too long or ended too soon. Yes, she thought, he did mean to tell me, but he held back. Even that first day, he said a man is like a tree, with a significance I could not have guessed at. He still had an ocean of meaning to cross. But why, my Ethelstan, did you not at least set sail? Why keep inside that which most needs to come out? It was all so much to take in, as unnerving in its own way as the Garth itself. Just as the Garth presented a radical challenge to the modern world, so did this ancient calling present a challenge to what she knew of her own faith. She could see the connection between the two, the Garth and the gods, the race and the religion. Ethelstan was not crazy, of that she was sure. What he presented to her evidently had a great power to explain the world they knew, both the world of the retribution and those who had turned their backs on it to live in the Garth. It made sense of what had happened, the unraveling of the race, in a way she had never imagined. He was looking into the fire, poking at the burning logs with an iron bar. Because we share this blood gift with our gods, we have a special bond with each other, the holy kindred, the sons of Heimdall, as we are called in the lore. Our destiny lies within us. We've looked everywhere for it, sailed the oceans, climbed the mountains, dreamt of finding it among the stars. But our destiny was always here, he said, turning to her and holding up a hand, within our own blood. Once we forgot that, all was lost. Unless you can find meaning in your blood, you will always be just an individual, cut off from those who came before you and any who might come after. 23. He nodded toward the door. All the rednecks in the outlands bear that noble spark. But because they do not realize it, they consent to their own degradation. And so it is with the daughters of Embla, their birthright means nothing to them. Or it seems a curse, so they extinguish it in the blood of another race. Phoebe thought of many apples, of all that she had seen and lived through in nearly 2 decades of the retribution. How close she had come to ending it all. I would have extinguished my blood, she admitted to him. Not in the blood of another race, but with death. Her heart was pounding. Ethelstan, if you hadn't come, I wouldn't. I had already decided to kill myself. He reached over, brought her head to his chest, and held her close as the thunder rolled all around them. It was all so overwhelming, and she didn't understand it yet, but the greatest mystery to her was how she had come to find herself in his arms. Her tears burst their barriers and flowed down her cheeks. All of what your parents and grandparents went through would have been for naught. That alone would be reason enough to save you. But Phoebe, for the love of you, I would do far more than what I did. Even if you wanted to go to the great redoubt across the ocean, to live your faith there, where they have priests and churches. I could get us there, and I would keep you safe. I don't want to ever let you go. She looked up at him. He was in earnest. This man would forsake everything for her, even leave the Garth, give up all this just to be with her. And as long as that journey would surely prove, she knew he could do it, too, if anyone could. But another door stood open to her. Part of her felt as if stepping through it would mean turning her back on her mother and grandmother. Yet if Ethelstan were right, her parents and grandparents had passed down something else to her, the blood gift as he had called it, a gift bestowed from generation to generation, and which the world was doing its best to drive into the mud. He must have seen the conflict play out upon her face, because he kissed her then and whispered, I didn't want to lose you, Phoebe. I fell in love, and suddenly I couldn't imagine a world without you. But I didn't know how you would feel about all this. So I avoided anything controversial, anything that might come between us, anything that might cause you to change your mind. I kept second-guessing myself. Did you think I wouldn't come with you? She asked, incredulously. That I'd prefer to go back. This is where I belong, Ethelstan. This is my tribe now. I don't understand everything just yet, but I know that we can work it out somehow. I want to stay here with you. I want to be your wife, and have children with you, and raise them with you. Right here. She pulled him close, kissing him hungrily. He returned her passion, cradling her head as she leaned back. They kissed as the fire danced in front of them, the consuming power of desire that coursed through nature in flame and heart alike. Desire, a force too long damned, or else channeled into worthless pursuits, until the race had brought itself near to extinction. The twilight hours of a once mighty race are like a man in his last, failing breaths. Only now it was as if a powerful blast of energizing air had filled his lungs. Up from the ground he rose, his infirmity shuffled off to reveal once more the vitality of his youth, to confound his enemies with his newfound strength. In this cabin, in cabins throughout the Garth, and perhaps in other Garths across the northern wilderness, it was as if a man were to say to a woman, I am the ash, you are the elm. Let us burn together to provide light for a darkened world, and through us the forest shall be renewed. The blood was quickening, the fire rekindled, the woman made ready for the man and for the mother's task, and the man prepared to shoulder the burden that was his by right and by nature, to labor and to sweat, to fight and to bleed, so that those whom he loved might live. And so, as the thunder rumbled outside the sanctuary of the cabin, love and desire danced in the play of their fingers and lips. Chapter 6. A Wedding. Florence Small, the Bride. Public domain. You alone know what lies near your heart. You alone know your mind. Havamal. The Sayings of Odin. 24. For the first time, Phoebe woke up next to him. He wasn't off tending to the business of camp, but right beside her, in the large feather bed. Our bed. She could hear a light rain outside, pattering on the roof, the remnants of last night's storm. When Edelston saw her stir, he leaned over her, planting soft kisses on her lips, then on her neck. Soon they were beginning the day as they had ended the one before, in love's embrace. Later, he left briefly to bring back breakfast, which Brigid had made for them. Phoebe was reluctant to leave the soft bed, after spending 6 nights sleeping on the ground. But curiosity warred with comfort, and won, for today she would learn much about the Garth and its customs in preparation for her wedding. She got up, dressed in her new clothes, then ventured into the kitchen. After familiarizing herself with the contents of the kitchen cupboards, she placed dishes before the 2 chairs at the kitchen table. Edelston returned with a pot and a pitcher, the pot containing scrambled eggs and the pitcher, coffee. The eggs had bits of ham mixed in, and to one used to food being processed, frozen, and altered to the point of tastelessness, the taste was heavenly. The eggs and the ham, Edelston told her, were from chickens and pigs raised here at the Garth. The coffee had an unfamiliar, stronger taste than she was used to, but when Edelston brought out honey to add to it, she found it delicious. The coffee, he said, was made from a plant called chicory, for while the Outlands still bought coffee from Mexico, the Garth was self-sufficient. What could not be grown here was not eaten here. After breakfast, he took her for a walk. It was to be nothing like the arduous daily hike to which she had grown accustomed, but rather a leisurely tour of the Garth. Now she had the opportunity to see their cabin in the light of day, although the sky was overcast and a light drizzle was still falling. Flowers had been planted, though none were blooming now. The cabin's front, with its covered porch and banded windows, had an inviting look despite the grayness, or perhaps because of it. Here was a refuge from the elements, a place of strength and simple comforts in a time of chaos. In her textbooks, it was from cabins such as these that the racist pioneers poured forth to attack the Red Indians. She suspected that the cabins had more likely served the pioneers as a defensive shelter against such attacks. Something about its stocky solidity, fashioned directly from what lay at hand in nature, made it seem more permanent than the steel-framed buildings of the city, structures which seemed to be dying even while young, sentenced to an early death at the fickle hands of fashion. Looking at the cabin, somehow it made sense that this simple structure would attend the twilight of America as it had its dawning. She noticed a root cellar in the back, which, Edelston told her, Brigid had occasionally used for extra storage. He confessed that his long absences from the Garth had made it impractical for him to keep up the house, which he had inherited from Leonidas, so Brigid had seen to it. Normally, a young man would live with his parents until marriage, but due to unusual circumstances, he had come out of his trials with the standing not only of a man, but of a master in his craft. A condition unheard of in one so young, it had entitled him to live on his own. He took her to the main road, reversing the path she had taken the evening before. The drizzle soon stopped, and the air was crisp and invigorating. As they reached the great spiral road, he explained the layout of the Garth. This is the Celtic. If the Pith is the heart of the Garth, then this is one of its 3 main arteries. The other 2 are the Germanic, which we entered upon yesterday, and the Slavic. These are the 3 great roots of Northern Europe, the ancestral home of our people. They symbolically feed into the tree at the center of the pith. He smiled. Leonidas used to refer to the pith as the Finno-Ugric. He was actually the one who designed the spiral roads, back when the Garth was extended. There is also a defensive purpose to it. Yes, the fall of Bear Garth, she thought. Phoebe remembered that Leonidas had come here after that event, though she knew next to nothing about it. Had a place such as this really been destroyed? Who had destroyed it? This matter would have to wait, she decided, as Edelston continued on. Anyway, you'll hear these roads referred to by these names, as when someone says, the smithy is on the Slavic. As they proceeded down the Celtic, away from the pith, Edelston pointed out that the houses were newer the further they got from the center. The garth had grown outward like a tree. At its founding, in fact, several of the garth's homes had been located inside the inner wall, what they only later dubbed the pith, but which was the only wall at the time. The barns and other outbuildings had actually been located right here, where they were walking. Then, 35 years ago, work had begun on the present outer walls, and the pith was gradually cleared of all remaining houses. Near that inner core, Leonidas had built his home. As the garth's population expanded, it had gradually filled up the space along the three spirals, pushing the animals and most of the farming structures outside the garth. Once again, Phoebe was struck by the absence of the modern technology whites had once brought to the world. Here were no electrical lines, cars, or computers, none of the inventions which had once inspired wonder but in latter days only offended the senses, like tatterdemalion princes. Yet she saw ample evidence of this people's inventiveness. Comfort was provided for, but nothing that would significantly alter the idyllic peacefulness of their surroundings or turn the man into an adjunct of the tool. Here there were forges but no factories. Edelston, hearing some of her observations, told her that things had been different in the first decade of the Garths. The Garths had been founded when the darkening was only halfway through its course, and they had found ways to purchase or trade for various needed items. There had been more scavengers then, and they scavenged things as well as people, whatever could be got. A diverse mix of technologies prevailed, with combustion engines alongside outhouses, ancient herbal remedies alongside scavenged medicine. But the hunger, when it came, uprooted all the remaining outlander communities in the area, forcing terrible hardship on the Garths. Then came the fall of Bear Garth, which made them realize that any contact with the outside world was dangerous. And so the folk turned inward, only to find there the wellspring of their race's achievements. They were not driven by a desire to slavishly reproduce a historical moment. Rather, their native delight in engineering and tinkering had found a proper outlet in devising new ways to do old tasks with what they had at hand. It was as if, freed from missionary zeal or the drive for universal empire, the natural outlet for men's energies was once again in deeds of strength and skill, and the sense that every object should be a thing of both utility and ornamentation. As he talked, Phoebe saw a fair number of people out and about, though most were small children. She saw a group of these playing a game, and they stopped to watch. There were 2 large circles marked out, about 10 or 12 meters apart. Each seemed to be the home base of a team, a sort of Garth in miniature. Halfway between the 2 circles lay a line of string. As individual children crossed that line over to the other side, they could be tagged by the opposing team. When that happened, they were kept prisoner in that Garth. Edelston told her to watch one boy, who was holding back near his Garth but suddenly began to advance toward the right. As he neared the line, and his opponents ran to meet him there, he abruptly changed direction and crossed the line toward the left. He began to run around the enemy Garth in a tight circle, the other children chasing him all the while. But he was too fast, like a rider on a horse, and when he had completed the circle and crossed the line, all the captives inside were freed. Each of them still had to make it back across the line, however, and there was a free-for-all of chasing and tagging. 25 something about the game tugged at Phoebe's memory, though it couldn't have been something she herself had experienced. Children in the seed did not play outside. In fact, she had never seen children anywhere in many apples playing outside. The children of the city imitated their elders in their apathy, in their drone-like fixation on screens, and in their bouts of arbitrary violence. Being white, she had no siblings, and school recess had been a time of terror. But as she heard the children on one side shouting, "Adrian," and congratulating their rescuer, she was certain that somewhere she had seen this, not as a game but as fatal reality. Edelston's voice interrupted her thoughts. The older boys are out in the fields, helping to harvest the corn and soybeans, and planting the winter wheat. In less than 3 weeks, winter nights will be upon us. So around this time, the farmers typically draw in extra hands from the boys, who are normally serving their apprenticeships in or outside the garth. But all of that is well within the protective ring established by the rangers. With that, they resumed their walk, which took them all the way to the Celtic gate of the garth, which stood open. Young men stood guard here, some of them with shaved heads, as at the Germanic gate. These, Edelston said, were boys in their trial year, the young bucks, as they were called. They lived in barracks outside the garth but were responsible for manning the outer wall, supplemented by the militia. In 2.5 weeks, they would be ready to receive the rite of manhood. Phoebe noticed that there was an older man who appeared to be in charge of the bucks. They stepped through the gate, and here a vista of crop fields opened up toward the east, and a creek made its way through the valley. Men and animals were moving about, bringing in the harvest that would sustain the garth through the winter. There was a naturalness to it, she felt, a rightness. It was all so beautiful that she just stood there in silence, holding his hand. All too soon, they were making their way back up the Celtic. Although the garth was about 1 kilometer across, 3,000 feet, as Edelston put it, the winding of the 3 roads was so pronounced that a person would travel perhaps 1.5 times that distance just to reach the pith, which stood at the center. Thus, in going from one gate to another, a person would walk 3 times the width of the garth. There were streets between the 3 main roads, but these branched off in such a way as to follow the curvature of those roads, periodically splitting to create yet another lane, and so on, all the way to the garth wall. While it was possible in theory to walk between houses, he pointed out they were placed fairly close together on the sides, and parallel streets had their houses in a sort of checkerboard pattern, removing any gaps or direct lines inward. As a result, the garth's residents all appeared to follow the spiral pattern in their movements, unless their destination lay on the street directly behind their own house. It seemed to Phoebe, then, that although a man's destination might be near, he would have to make his way up the spiral to the point where the street broke off that would lead him there. Edelston confirmed her suspicion. Leonidas designed this layout with one purpose in mind: to make every inch the despair of an invader. The spiral roads and streets, you see, would slow him down, and canalize him in ways that make superior numbers irrelevant. And an invader would face defenders in defilade all along his route of march. All this is just to buy time for the women and children to escape to the center. The center, he grinned. There are 3 ways into the garth, but there is a 4th way out. It lies in the Hall of Children, the 3rd of the buildings you saw in the pith. There is a tunnel that runs from there to a place well away from the garth, but the final few feet of that tunnel are blocked off, to prevent anyone on the outside from ever discovering it. Only a few of us know where that is. The men of the garth are prepared to make a stand at the inner wall, of course, and there is an armory in the Hall of Men. But if it ever came down to it, and the inner wall fell, the women and children would have long since escaped. And the tunnel itself wouldn't be there anymore. Leonidas designed the inner supports to be easily destroyed by the last ones through. So much effort, so much planning. If even a handful survive, the folk will continue. His tone was serious now, his expression determined. Those bucks back there, by the time we're done with them, have all the knowledge they need to survive and provide. And our women are no less capable in seeing to the continuation of our people. If even one boy and one girl escape, his voice caught for a fraction of a second, the folk will continue, and all this work will have been justified. The existence of our people is not negotiable. As they walked back up the Celtic, Phoebe began to realize the enormity of her responsibility as a woman of the garth. Later, They stood outside Brigid's cabin. The rest of the day she would be spending with Brigid, who would prepare her for the wedding customs and rites. Ethelstan had to meet with Connor and the rest of the Rangers, for whenever he returned from a scavenge, he made a separate report to them. But he would be back, he said, in time for dinner, which they would be having at Brigid's house. It was difficult for Phoebe to contemplate spending so many hours apart from him, but she knew that tonight would be theirs. After kissing him goodbye, she walked up to Brigid's door and knocked. The house of Brigid and Connor was about 12 meters across the front, about 3 meters wider than Ethelstan's, than ours, she corrected herself, but about the same length as theirs from front to back. This made it a rectangle, not a square, and gave it a different orientation than her own house, which was apparent when Brigid opened the door. Rather than opening upon an intermediate stairwell, the front door revealed a large room running the entire length of the house from left to right, with the fireplace directly across from the door. To her right was a long table with 10 chairs around it, and to the right of the fireplace, an open doorway to the kitchen. To her left lay various smaller items of furniture and tools. One of these was a wooden wheel like the one in her house, and there was an even more formidable contraption with various taut strings running across it. The fireplace was flanked on the left by a staircase like her own, and beyond that a door, presumably to the bedroom. But the single greatest difference between this place and her own was that this was a full house. Infant cooing sounds came from Fiona, who was being carried around by a girl of about 6, while a boy about halfway between those two ages was playing with some blocks on the floor. Through the kitchen door, Phoebe caught sight of 2 older girls, perhaps 10 and 13. There was no sign of Liam, the boy she had met last night. That still left another 2 children yet to be accounted for. And their Brigid stood before her, her rust-colored hair in a long braid at the back, her green eyes alive with excitement. Right away, she made Phoebe feel at home, embracing her warmly and inviting her to have a seat at the table. Brigid picked up the baby and then sat down cater corner from Phoebe, pulling a shawl down over her chest as she prepared to nurse. Brigid had general questions about her journey and whether Phoebe had any family left in the outlands. Soon they were lost in details, and none of it was terribly important, which was a tremendous relief to Phoebe. She loved Ethelstan, but he had an intensity that was almost hypnotic. There was something in him, a purpose most deadly, that even in his light-hearted moments lingered at the edges. In Brigid, she sensed power of a different sort, a primal connection to the taproot of her own deeply felt femininity. Around Ethelstan, Phoebe felt safe from everything else in the world, but she was also continually caught off guard by the man himself. Brigid, on the other hand, could put her at ease, and this in spite of the unnervingly direct way she looked at Phoebe. In fact, it seemed to Phoebe that everyone in the garth looked her directly in the eye, their attention like a beam of light, everyone, that is, but Ethelstan. Perhaps that was because he, too, had grown up in the outlands, where it was the custom to make eye contact as brief and seldom as possible. This had become so pronounced in the city that whenever 2 people talked, especially whites, it was as if there were a third person present whom they were both addressing, rather than each other. The older of the 2 daughters came out of the kitchen bearing a tray with 2 cups and a teapot, an object Phoebe hadn't seen since her grandmother died. Brigid took the baby into the bedroom to place her down for a nap. Phoebe thought again of the cradle in her own room, a cradle that had borne a woman's deepest wishes but never held her baby. I wish I could have known you, Nausicaa. But I will have that baby for you one day, and maybe both of you will be hovering near. That thought, unbidden, came straight from her heart, curious as it sounded, that the living should have children to honor the dead, and thereby honor their sacrifice. When Brigid returned, she sent the other 4 children upstairs, and the 2 of them were alone. Down to the gate and back. Did he mention the wedding procession tomorrow? Phoebe thought back. No, he focused more on how the three roads could be used to defend the Garth. Brigid let out a sigh. That figures. Well, that is how his mind works. That is how all their minds work. But better for us that it is so, I suppose. Well, by our custom, when they get married, bride and groom proceed toward the pith along the path of their own ancestry, or the line they understand themselves to be most descended from. Sometimes that means they walk up together, sometimes, apart. Do you know your ancestry? The question took Phoebe by surprise. Do you mean my last name? That can be of some help, although many of those were altered through the centuries. You will find that last names are no longer in general use here. The surviving founders know theirs, of course, but the younger generations generally do not, or if they do, it is simply not that important to them. You see, when we want to be formal, we refer to someone by his or her parents and grandparents, through the line of Ask or Embla, as the case may be. So you are, Phoebe, daughter of Virginia, daughter of Alice. Be proud. But even those whose names are lost to history or memory are remembered on special occasions. She took a sip of tea. But what I am asking is whether you know to what root nation, to what tribe of our race, your ancestors belonged. I remember my grandma saying that her family was Polish. It poured herself more tea. She asked, "Did you have a talk last night?" The question was deliberately general, Phoebe realized, managing to be inquisitive while seeming innocent. Yes. We talked about some of the Garth's unique ways. Do you have any questions? Athelstan is a knowledgeable man, but he is not Garth-born. And he approaches things through the mind, while I approach them through the heart. As Brigid took another sip of tea, Phoebe suddenly thought of Ethelstan's grandfather, a professor in an AR bar, and the arguments he would have with his grandson. Perhaps here was the source of Ethelstan's intellectual turn of mind. If so, it manifested itself in a peculiar way, for he seemed to take a special satisfaction in the failure of the greatest minds to ward off the calamity that their intellectualizing had helped to bring about. So what does your heart tell you about all this, Phoebe? Phoebe looked down at her tea, hoping to find written there the wordless thoughts in her heart. She thought of her father, and of how even in her most cynical moments, she had never surrendered the hope of seeing him again. She thought of her grandmother, dying in the hope of the resurrection, her wrinkled hands placed on the Bible as her corpse entered the furnace. And she thought of her mother, her cancer-racked body wasting away on the couch, her eyes gaunt as she listened to Phoebe read poets' visions of things celestial. Was all this in vain? A tale told by an idiot. Although desperation had driven Phoebe to the brink of suicide, she could never surrender the belief in life after death, for the very reasons that drove her to despair. For without some kind of justice, the world would seem absurd. So many innocent people had died in agonizing pain. So many children had been killed at the dawn of life, even while nestled in the womb. So many evil acts were done in the open, that there seemed to be no moral logic to the world. Perhaps there wasn't. But she couldn't bear to live a single moment with that thought. There had to be a life after death. For her, this had always meant an all-powerful God sitting in judgment, righting all wrongs, wiping away every tear. But why, she had sometimes wondered, did the tears have to be shed in the first place? Why was it necessary for such unspeakably horrid things to happen? Now that picture had been complicated by Ethelstan, not just because of what he had said, but because she wanted to spend eternity with him. From deep down all this welled forth, finding words, but never the right ones, and when it was all over, Phoebe's eyes were filled with tears. Brigid held her hand, as Phoebe began to sob. I guess, Phoebe said at last, I want too much. I want a God that carries out justice everywhere, all the time. But I don't see that at all. Just the opposite. So am I just fooling myself into thinking that it happens in heaven, and in hell? Have we been fooling ourselves for 2,000 years? Brigid shook her head in disagreement. Phoebe, when your mother died, how did you feel? I mean, right after she died. Phoebe thought back. She had been reading to her late one night. At one point, her mother asked her to lie down next to her. Phoebe had done so, ever so carefully, for her mother was so frail, it felt as though she might accidentally crush her. Phoebe held her from behind, and the two of them just laid there. She felt her mother's breathing, so faint, so slow. When she was a child, they had lain like this, only her mother had been the one to embrace her. Back then, Phoebe had heard somewhere that children breathed faster than adults, that the older you got, the slower you breathed. Lying next to her mother as a child, she felt a sickening sense of mortality, as she felt her mother's breaths come so much slower than her own. Somehow, that meant that her mother would die someday, and as a child the thought terrified her. And so she would try to slow down her own breathing to match her mother's, as if this would prove that her mother was not so much older. But try as she might, after a few breaths she was gasping for air. And that defeat, she felt, meant a victory for death. Years later, as they were lying together once more, she felt that ragged breath slow to an impossible rate, then stop altogether. She knew then that her mother was dead. But it was not panic or fear that came over Phoebe at that moment, but a profound sense of peace. She felt her mother's presence in the room, a living presence, a palpable thing, even though her mother's body lay lifeless in her arms. And she knew somehow that her mother could see her, and that everything was all right. It was in that reassuring glow that she drifted off to sleep, holding on to the one who had brought her into this world. She shared this with Brigid, as best she could. When she was finished, Brigid said, I think that you should listen when you have a feeling that's strong. When we see, it is not only because we have eyes, but because there is something there to look at. And when we hear, it is because we have ears and there is a sound there to hear. And so it is with our spiritual experiences, Phoebe. We have something inside us that is capable of picking up those spiritual messages, but there is also something outside us that is sending those messages. Spiritual experiences are evidence that there are spirits. It is because I recognize that I cannot deny someone else's religious experience. I cannot tell them that they are only imagining it. You can tell one person that they only imagined a sound that they thought they heard, but if the whole world is hearing sounds, then the doubter should have cause to doubt himself. But it is not one sound the whole world hears, but many. So very many. And I am not prepared to say that half the world is wrong, or most of the world, or that everyone but me is only hearing things, just because I believe there is only one sound, and it must sound like this. No, to me, the reports of many sounds don't suggest that most people are wrong. To me, it suggests that there are, in fact, many sounds. She looked at Phoebe intently. Although perhaps some of us are better at hearing them than others. That thought took Phoebe back to the nights in the forest, to the things she had seen or thought she had seen. None of it had fit what her faith had suggested a religious experience should look like. But was it all false, then? Or demonic suggestion, possession, even? Perhaps it made more sense to approach it with an open mind, to take it for what it appeared to be, rather than fit it into her set notions about what it could or could not be. You say, Brigid continued, that you want a God who is everywhere, who rights every wrong. But that is not the nature of the world we live in now, nor was it ever. Say what you want about our views, they tally with the way the world actually works. We might wish it to be otherwise, but our wishes do not make reality. That is important, because otherwise we would end up kidding ourselves, and when someone is murdered, we would say, it was his time, or, God is calling her to heaven. That submission is not the true spirit of our race. We live in a world of heartbreaking tragedies, a world where my second oldest could die when he was not yet 2 years old, where my parents, she caught herself and took a deep breath. It is as Edelston says, to be an atheist, we must ignore what we feel. To be a monotheist, we must ignore what we see. The truth is that the gods struggle against the same forces we do, and their powers, though far greater than our own, are up against unimaginable odds. And so we join them in that fight, for we are a warrior race. Brigid smiled wistfully, and with a freedom that surprised her Outlander guest, she brushed the hair from in front of Phoebe's eyes, which were still wet. Natural to want to be with your family, your kin, your ancestors, after death. Straightening up, Brigid sipped her tea. You know, the boars at Jackal Garth tell a story about one of their ancient kings, Radbod of Frisia. Like his father and grandfather, and all the generations before, Radbod followed the old gods, the gods of his people. Missionaries came to him, Christian missionaries, sent from an empire and a church that he knew to be powerful. He listened to what they had to say, and he was receptive. But when he asked the missionary priest where his ancestors would be spending eternity, the priest answered quite bluntly that pagans would be in hell. Radbod dismissed him from his kingdom at once, declaring that he would rather spend eternity in hell with his ancestors than in heaven with his enemies. Like him, we in the Garth dearly want to be with our kin in the world to come. But we don't think that what we believe has the power to change their fate or our own. My mother was a heathen, but not my grandmother, yet I expect to see both of them one day. Phoebe asked, and where is that? What do you think happens when we die? It is not what I think, but all of those ancestors that came before me, back into the mists of time. The Christians speak of 2,000 years, but even 1,000 years is true only of the princes, not of the common folk in the hinterland. They found ways to keep the old ways alive, to shrink the gods down to fairies, hide them out of sight, and make offerings to them just the same. But for our race, all that is a mere eye blink, a short interval in the much longer story of our people and the gods of our blood. Our ancestors were no fools, Phoebe. They survived conditions much harsher than you and I can imagine. I know that in the Outlands, whites are encouraged to regard their ancestors as half-wits governed by superstition. But the truth is, in the Outlands, a man can be an outright cretin and live out his life in ignorance, doing mindless things that would have gotten his ancestors killed. They had fools in ancient days, too, but nature was unforgiving. So I think you'll understand why I so readily listened to our ancestors' wisdom, for it was dearly bought. 26 They do not tell us that this life, this world we live in, is a mere passing show, that we are just pilgrims on our way elsewhere. That attitude might help some people go to death with a smile on their lips. Or maybe it makes them more willing to tolerate suffering. But our people, since ancient times, have always regarded this life as beautiful and good. It is not a mere way station on the road to the things that matter. We are meant to be happy, to love this life and enjoy it. And so we will not tolerate any kind of oppression with the consolation that life is just temporary, that tribulation is our earthly lot, that this is all a vale of tears. We are made of many things, Phoebe, and only one of them is matter. I suppose that Edelston mentioned the gifts bestowed by the gods. Phoebe nodded. Brigid continued. You see, we were once only matter, or rather matter and the quickening power of life. The gods' gifts raised us, step by step, through higher orders of nature. Loder gave us blood, as well as an inner body formed in the image of our gods, which provides our physical body with its form. Honir gave us mind, an awakening awareness of ourselves. And Odin gave us a soul, that within us which aspires to the holy. These 6 parts of our being are different, and at death, they go different ways. Our physical body, the matter, returns to its elements once the blood runs cold and the quickening power of life ends. These parts of our being gradually break down, but often the soul is so strong that its imprint stays behind and keeps interacting with the physical world. Our ancestors called these the dwellers in the mound. Those of evil souls can torment the living, but those of good disposition continue to look after the ones they loved in life, and are kept close to us by love or sorrow. But all of them eventually dissolve, paying their debt to nature. Much can be explained by this, I think. But even after the body is gone, the gods' higher gifts still remain, for these were never entirely physical. Joined to them is yet another force, our fetch, what the ancient ones called the Filja. Each of us, you see, has a guardian spirit, what became the guardian angel of Christian popular devotion. The fetch, always a female, is joined to you at birth, follows you throughout life, knows your hopes, speaks to you in your conscience, and warns you in your dreams. In a way, she is a part of who you are, though unknown to your waking mind. She is your constant companion, unless you should commit an unspeakable outrage, a dreadful deed. Then your fetch will abandon you, and though you still live, you will be as one already dead. 27th Brigade sipped at her tea. When our death approaches, the fetch may appear, but then she departs to prepare an abode for us in the next world. Different spirits come to escort us on that path. Those who die in battle, or those of great valor, are escorted by a type of fetch called the Valkyries, the choosers of the slain. Sometimes a warrior would see these maidens in a battle, fully armed, on horseback, possessed of terrible beauty. But whether a person dies a sword death, a sea death, or a straw death, each of us has an escort. We will need guides, because there are many dangerous places to pass through. Our people have long held that there is not one single destination for the dead, or even two, but many. Everyone begins, however, on the same path, which our ancestors called the Hellrod, a journey of 9 nights. Many have seen that place in visions. Every day the gate creaks open wide, and through it passes a throng of men, women, and children, old and young alike. The Hellrod passes through thorny ways that can scratch and cut the feet, so our ancestors used to make sure that the dead had good shoes on, along with the other gifts that they would leave with the dead. They weren't fools. They knew that the physical object wouldn't leave this world. They would find them in the ground. But they knew that like ourselves, objects have an inner form, and the things we fashion with our hands have an essence that can travel from this world, because that essence was never entirely in this one. With absolute clarity, a dark path, and walking upon it her father. In his hand was a stuffed animal, a black and white kitten, which she herself had placed on his body as it waited to be burned. It had been her favorite possession, but she had given it freely, though only 6 years old. Perhaps she had innately understood that he could take this part of her with him. Now here he was, before her mind's eye, walking, occasionally stumbling, and near him walked a child, a little boy even younger than she had been. A woman in shining white was on the other side of the child, holding his hand, speaking words of comfort as a mother might. Still the boy whimpered, but as Phoebe watched, her father extended the stuffed kitty to him, which the boy clutched gratefully to his chest. Thus, the very thing Phoebe had given to comfort her dead father was given by him to comfort a child like herself. There is a river, Brigid said, that our ancestors called Slith. In its rushing waters flow weapons of iron. To one who has lived a virtuous life, a bridge can be found, a way to pass unharmed. But the bridge will not admit those who break sacred bonds, those who committed murder, or adultery, or sexual perversion. These must wade through the water and come out bearing the cuts that attest to their crimes. On the other side, the path steadily becomes brighter, and a green meadow opens up, with a river flowing through it. The dead then pass over a golden bridge, but their steps are without sound, their voices silent. Only the hooves of the Valkyries' horses can be heard clopping across. They arrive at what our ancestors called the Thingstead, the place of assembly. Your fetch awaits you there, and the ancestral spirits of your line, as well as the gods and goddesses, who come to sit in judgment while you wait in silence. They will listen to the testimony of your fetch, who is your greatest advocate, since she knows your thoughts and motives. Her mere presence shows that you did not commit some deed that caused her to abandon you at the place of judgment. And the objects the living leave for the dead, the clothes they dress them in, these also attest to the respect that kinfolk have for the dead. Selves are not without fault, not as Jesus and Mary were said to be. The gods, like us, have made mistakes, they have done things which they have come to regret. It is much rarer for them to condemn someone than to forgive his failings. But those who have done foul misdeeds, they face the wrath. Their own ancestors will turn their backs on them. The condemned will receive a burning drink, poisonous and painful, and when they have drained that chalice, their soul, the noble component which they have defiled, will fly away. And in place of their spiritual body, the godlike image that Loder once bestowed, they will receive one that befits their monstrous nature. Then, in that form, they will be driven and lashed on their way to Niflheim, the ice-cold world of death, where creatures most terrible and wicked roam. There, abandoned by their kin and the gods, they will die a second, agonizing death. And when they have drained that chalice, they will forget all that cannot be remembered without pain, but their cherished memories will remain. Then, with the mistakes of their lives left behind, the blessed dead are escorted to the green meadows of hell. Phoebe raised her eyebrows at the word. You must understand, Brigid told her, that this is not the place that Christian missionaries have portrayed with such terror. Our ancestors knew there were more worlds than this one. The world tree, the great invisible axis of reality, branches off to many worlds, and our ancestors named 9. The world tree, the great invisible axis of reality, branches off to many worlds, and our ancestors named 9. This Middle Earth is one, Niflheim another. And Helheim, that is a pleasant, peaceful world near the well whose waters feed the world tree. The Elysian Fields, some called it. There, you will walk in flowered fields and sit under majestic trees, and live in a wonderful home built for you by your fetch, who knows you in and out. You will see your loved ones again, your relatives, your friends, even your remote ancestors. You will be able to seek out the ancient ones, and hear about great deeds from those who did them. You see, when priests and missionaries came to the north, they described a place of torment for those who would not accept the gospel. Gehenna was their word for it, but they slyly added the word hell at the end. Over time, only the word hell remained to describe a place where unbelievers would burn forever. And so we learn to fear the place where own ancestors abide, the green fields of bliss. Brigid looked out the window. But for a chosen few, the journey does not end there. At the assembly, the gods claim their favorites, those who most embody their particular virtues. After they see their kin, these are invited to Asgard, the garth of the gods. It is a place of many halls. Perhaps you have heard of Valhalla. The word struck a chord that reverberated back to a day many years ago, centuries in fact, but to Phoebe only yesterday. To a place where 2 rivers met, and 4,500 men suffered death at the hands of the Iron King and his black robes. She had heard the words spoken by men seconds away from doom. Faced with heaven or hell, they had chosen neither, aiming for a place restricted not by creed but by courage. As she recalled that day, she suddenly became aware that Brigid was looking at her closely. Phoebe shook her head. In Valhalla, Brigid explained, the greatest warriors have been gathered in a vast hall. 500 doors and 40 it has, and 800 men can march out of each at once. Every day they feast and fight, and every day they are healed so they can feast and fight again. What man would not want to rub shoulders with the greatest heroes of all time? But with the gods, you see, there is always a higher purpose, just as there was when they first came across Ask and Embla. Those who sit on the benches of Valhalla have been selected from across the ages for a specific purpose. Odin uses war to test men, to winnow the chaff and find the true grain. Supernatural selection, you might call it. These warriors are to prepare for the coming invasion of our world, and the world of the gods, by our common enemies. And when those come in all their fury, the gods will call upon these chosen warriors for help, and they will defend their loved ones in the life to come just as they did in this. Who are these enemies? Phoebe wondered, but her question would have to wait, as Brigid went on. Can you imagine how powerful we must become, that even the gods might need our help in a battle that rages across the universe? We were not meant to be a rabble race, mindlessly seeking our own satisfaction. We were meant to grow in wisdom, and strength, and honor, and love, until we can become like the gods, and be worth the blood that was spent on us. And Odin, although he is so important that our ancestors named this day, Wednesday, after him, he is one god, and Valhalla is just one hall in Asgard. All the gods and goddesses have their own halls, and all have their favorites, just as they have their own natures. Thor has always been much beloved by the working man, the redneck god, as Ethelstan calls him. At the assembly, he chooses from among the good old boys, and they can expect a life of challenge, adventure, and fellowship in the world to come. And so on, with all the gods and goddesses. Those who show great promise can expect challenges that their virtues will help them to face. Phoebe furrowed her brow. But I thought you followed many gods. We honor them all, but it is common that you befriend one in particular, and he or she guides you. Brigid bit her lip in thought. Imagine, say, you were sent to a school far away from home, sort of like the young bucks in their trials. Your parents are far away, but you may occasionally get letters from them and little gifts. This is how they encourage you to keep working hard, to tell you that they are still thinking of you. That is like our ancestors. They see us, and they want us to succeed, and they can give us help and strengthen our spirit. We will join them someday, after all. The gods are like the instructors at that school. They teach different subjects, and you may prefer one to another, but you understand that they are all trying to help you grow into the kind of man or woman you should be. You have something to learn from all of them, but naturally you have one that you regard as your model, or as a close advisor. One such is Frigga, the Divine Mother, whose statue stands in my kitchen and in yours. She is especially venerated at Jackal Garth. Another is Freya, the goddess of love. Brigid smiled. But I suppose Ethelstan can tell you about her. Phoebe blushed, but Brigid quickly added, no, you mistake my meaning. Ethelstan, you see, is especially devoted to her. It occurred to Phoebe that Brigid might know more about the man she was to wed tomorrow than she did herself. The sound of voices and tumbling from the children upstairs prompted Brigid to straighten up in her chair and place her teacup back on the tray. Always. Here, come with me into the kitchen. We can continue there. The kitchen was much like Phoebe's own, only longer. There upon the mantel stood a statue much like the one in her kitchen, hand-carved out of wood. Brigid went into the root cellar and emerged with a large basket of apples. These, she said, had been recently picked, and she needed to prepare them for long-term storage and use in the winter. First, they must be peeled and cored, then cut into quarters. The task was made easier by a device attached to the edge of the kitchen table, which Brigid demonstrated. After skewering the apple, she turned a crank that slid the apple past a curved blade, and the peel came right off. As the apple continued to turn, a sharp-edged circle further on cut out the core, but left the apple otherwise intact. Brigid then cut the apple into quarters with a knife, and placed these pieces in a large bowl. Inviting Phoebe to join in, she then described the overall sequence of key events in the lives of young men and women in Wolfgarth. The first event was the coming of age. For boys, the age of manhood was 18, but this was not automatic. It was the successful passing of their year of trials, begun at 17, that made them men. Phoebe made a note to ask later what would happen if they did not pass, for Brigid was clearly concerned less with this half of the Garth at present. The trials themselves, as it turned out, came after a period of apprenticeship that began when a boy was 7. For girls, the age of womanhood was 16, but here again it was not guaranteed to be so. Girls did not have a period of apprenticeship as formal as the boys, nor did they have trials. But they knew that their most important role was motherhood, and they prepared for it by helping their own mothers and learning to cook, to make clothes, to heal wounds, and many other skills and arts, all while watching over those younger than themselves. In order for a girl to be considered an adult member of the Garth, and thus be eligible for marriage, her mother had to attest that she had sufficiently mastered the skills of womanhood. If the girl's mother were dead, the responsibility passed to the nearest woman, reckoned through the line of Embla. In the odd case where the mother withheld this permission, but the girl felt that she was still ready, she could go before the Women's Council and plead her case. If she demonstrated her skills acceptably, then permission could still be granted. Phoebe could not help but ask how things stood with her, since she knew nothing about the arts and skills of womanhood. Even the simple task of preparing apples was utterly new to her. Might other girls resent her for skipping so many steps? Brigid assured her that she need not worry. None of the girls of the Garth envied Phoebe her upbringing in the Outlands. The second milestone was marriage. Most were eager to begin it, and Phoebe could already see how the Garth produced young men and women who were mature beyond their years, or certainly beyond what was the case in the Outlands. It was as if adolescence never ended. A teenager stumbled into adulthood, guaranteed its privileges by age, regardless of his readiness to assume its responsibilities. One point caught her attention, when Brigid mentioned that a person had to be wed by the age of 25. What happened if one did not? She wondered. The answer: exile from the Garth. Phoebe could not help but observe how strict this seemed. But Phoebe, you must realize that we are in a war. A total war, in which the penalty for defeat is the eradication of our people. We cannot allow someone to hang back from that fight, while others soldier on. To willingly withhold children from the world, when your ancestors sacrificed so much, would be the same as refusing to take up arms when others have done so in order that you might live. Besides, she added, the severity of the threatened punishment was mitigated by the Garth's efforts to ensure the pairing off of all its sons and daughters. There were many dances and festivals throughout the year. There was also something called the ring match, Phoebe learned, which joined unmarried members of Wolf Garth and Jackal Garth. As a last-ditch effort, an unwed man and woman might be sent to a remote observation post, well away from the Garth, for a period of 6 months. There, the shared hardship and daily intimacy that their circumstances forced upon them tended to create genuine affection by the time their duty was over. In fact, Brigid added with a smile, it was not uncommon for a woman to return quite pregnant. Phoebe blushed, for this called to mind what she and Edelston had shared, but she was relieved that such a thing was not unheard of in the Garth. As if sensing her thoughts, Brigid said, you don't get to be my age and not sense the difference between a maiden and a matron, especially when only one night separates the two. As Phoebe reddened even further, Brigid explained that the Garth had a term, the bed oath, which registered the folk's determination that marriage was made a fact through sexual union, even if the religious ceremony had yet to be performed. Far from being an encouragement to youthful lust, it ensured that if a young couple made the bed oath together, they were man and wife in every sense. With a quiet thrill, Phoebe realized that Edelston was already her husband. Yet they had already understood and acknowledged the binding nature of the act, though both were born in the outlands, where nothing was held to bind. She would find, Brigid went on, that everything in the Garth was designed to make life easier for mothers. This made sense, since the Women's Council oversaw most activities within the Garth, and to even be considered for it, a woman had to accomplish one more milestone, having her 4th child, which made her a senior member of the Garth. Were there many such? Phoebe wondered. Oh yes, it is so common as to be expected, unless a woman has special difficulties. There are many women here with more children than I have. Brigid paused and looked down at her hands, covered now in bits of apple peel. Whites in the outlands will never know what they have lost by limiting their births. The person killed before he is born, that remains a mystery, a promise unfulfilled. Brigid resumed her work. Once a week after dinner, she went on, the children of the Garth were gathered into the clan halls, where older Garth members would entertain them, leaving younger parents free to do as they wished in complete privacy. These were called child nights, with a playful double meaning. And no young mother was left to face the challenges of child-rearing alone. The women of the Garth supported each other, united in a mission as important as any on earth. At the same time, marital fidelity was strict, in part because the Garth supported the family in 100 different ways. In the rare case of an allegation of sexual misconduct, such as adultery or rape, if one party denied it, then an ordeal would be initiated. In this process, both the accuser and the accused had to grab a red-hot iron in their hand, holding it as it seared their flesh. It sounded brutal to Phoebe, until she realized that because no one would make such an accusation lightly, many spurious or questionable charges would never arise in the first place. Only someone determined to get justice would consent to such a mutual scarring. If the accusation was adultery and there was no contest, a man or woman could be forgiven once, but this was entirely at the discretion of the wronged spouse. But in that case, the guilty would still be hand-branded, caught, red-handed, as it were. In cases where the adultery was denied, once the ordeal was passed and each party still maintained their veracity, the woman would be examined and interviewed by the Women's Council, and the man by the Men's Council. Brigid did not detail what transpired at such interrogations, but Phoebe could guess that, like so much else in the Garth, the processes for men and women were parallel but radically different. If this investigation were still inconclusive, the next step was for the swearing of oaths. Phoebe was surprised that this was not the first step, until Brigid explained the full gravity of the issue. Here in the Garth, oaths were not often or lightly made, for they bound the entire being of the oath-taker to what he or she had promised. If an oath were violated, after death one would arrive at the Thingstead with the marks of the river Slith upon his body. And for something as doubly evil as lying about sexual transgression, the prospect of being abandoned by the gods to the frozen wastes of Niflheim, there to die a second death, was enough to make any liar reconsider. But so far, such rare cases as had occurred had never gotten past the investigative stage. 2 of these cases, Brigid told her, had involved homosexual men. In one man accused another of rape. In this case, which was handled entirely by the men's council, the accused was found guilty, and it was determined that the victim had not consented. The resolution was easy: death for the rapist, and ritual purification for the victim. In the other case, 2 men were accused of being lovers by another man who said he had come upon them. Careful investigation and cross-examination by the men's council had found the accuser's account to be correct. Homosexuality and adultery were treated only slightly less seriously than rape. Both men were exiled from the Garth, after having been branded so that no other Garth would be misled. The Garth thus exercised the most fundamental right of every community, to decide who its members were. As for divorce, it was exceedingly rare and was treated every bit as seriously. Indeed, the process was parallel to that of sexual misconduct. Both parties were subjected to the ordeal, except here the process was not to find the truth, but to impress upon both parties the gravity of what they were doing. No mere lover's spat would lead a man or woman to grasp the red-hot iron and sear their flesh. Once this was done, there followed an investigation by both councils, as with adultery, but this time to determine what the root cause of the divorce might be. This was done partly to determine if any serious misconduct had taken place, such as a man assaulting his wife, and partly so that any broader patterns could be detected and addressed. The divorce would almost always be granted, as there was seldom any good to be had from forcing 2 people together who were so determined to be apart. The councils would determine what would be done with the children. Yet such a thing was so rare that in the 50 years of Wulfgarth, there had been fewer cases of it than the fingers Brigid could count off. Phoebe could not help but remark at how different all this was from the Outlands. There, one did as one liked, regardless of the consequences. And how does that work out for them? Brigid asked, rhetorically. The Outlanders are like the Romans in the autumn of their empire. But after the autumn, the winter always comes. We are in that winter, Phoebe, we are facing its wrath. The casual choices that break apart a family, multiplied many times, tear communities apart. They produce fatherless sons and ruined daughters. There has never been a civilization that could live that way and survive. Here, we try to think in terms of 3 generations at the very least. So I, being a mother, must also be able to think as a daughter does, and remember what it was like to feel the youthful stirrings, the powerful yearnings. But I must also think beyond, to the next generation, to the child that will result from such a union. What kind of a future will it have if its parents are not bound to each other? There is no next generation, which is the worst possible outcome. Abruptly, she said, "Here, we are finished now. Let me show you something." They washed up. Then Brigid took her back into the living room. From a shelf of books, she pulled down a book whose title Phoebe recognized from Edelston's collection, though the cover was different, The Germania of Tacitus. The folk of the Garth, Brigid said, referred to him simply as the Roman. She thumbed through its pages and then pointed out a passage for Phoebe to read. Thus, they receive one husband, just as they receive one body and one life, so that they may have no thoughts or desires beyond this, and love not so much the husband as marriage itself. To limit the number of their children, or to kill those born after an heir, is held to be a shameful crime. Good customs there are more effective than good laws anywhere else. 29 That is how it is in Wolfgarth, Brigid commented. Laws there are, but seldom needed, because the customs are so strong. Bed oaths, child nights, and the ordeal. Here was a curious mix of the sensual and the puritanical that appeared to mark life in the Garth. Brigid showed her another passage describing an ancient custom. The dowry is presented not by the wife to the husband, but by the husband to the wife. Parents and kinsmen attend and give approval to the gifts. These gifts, chosen not to delight a woman or to deck a new bride, are oxen, a horse in harness, and a shield with spear and sword. By these gifts, a wife is received, and she, in turn, brings weapons to her husband. This exchange they judge to be the greatest bond. Herein lie the sacred mysteries, the very gods of marriage. Lest the woman think herself exempt from thoughts of valor or the fortunes of war, she is reminded, through the very rites at the outset of marriage, that she is to be her husband's companion in peace and war alike, sharing the same labors, facing the same dangers. This is what is proclaimed by the yoked oxen, the ready horse, and the gifts of arms. Thus is she to live, and thus is she to die, to receive that which she must hand down to her children, inviolate and undiminished, and which her sons' wives will receive in turn and pass on to her grandchildren. 30 Brigid explained that they did not regard the work of the Roman as some kind of scripture, to be followed to the last iota, but as a description of the spirit of their folk as it was before other influences came to bear. The Roman knew his own people had once been of similar caste. As Brigid spoke, Phoebe noticed these words further down the page. No one there smiles at vice, nor is it the fashion to seduce or be seduced. While the Garth's customs varied, Brigid went on, the essence was the same. Having passed his trials, a young man would be a journeyman in his chosen trade, and from that trade he must furnish symbolic proof to the bride's family of his ability to provide for her, which they dubbed the bride price. If he were a farmer, it might be a symbolic part of the harvest. If he were a seabee, it might be a cabin for his future wife. For a craftsman, it would be a finished work, perhaps not enough to qualify him as a master just yet, but something symbolic, such as the bridal bed itself, or an ornate pair of keys and lock for the future lady of the house, the husfreyja. 31. The most interesting bride price Brigid had seen was from the toymaker. During the hard years after the fall of Beargarth, when all thoughts were of defense, one of the carpenters carved toys for the children whenever he had a chance. In time, toymaking became his trade, for the Garth's burgeoning population had need of such. His son, in turn, showed a natural talent for it, and when the young man had found his snow maiden, he came up with an ingenious bride price. He had made a box with a ball inside that rolled its way through a maze invisible to the human eye. Because you could not see the ball's course, you had to listen to its sound and divine the inside of the box, for only when solved would it open. When he presented this to the bride's father, the man worked at it for several minutes but became increasingly frustrated at his lack of success. At last, in a fit of anger, he declared the thing a hoax and raised it high in order to smash it. The would-be son-in-law stopped him, took the box, and in a matter of seconds solved the maze, at which point the box clicked and opened. Inside lay the bride's ring. What about Ethelstan? Phoebe wondered aloud. Ethelstan, she was not surprised to learn, was a special case. In the old days, Brigid told her, a scavenger might have brought back any number of precious items to show his fitness to provide for his bride. Many a young woman in the Garth, she confided to Phoebe, had hoped that each time Ethelstan returned, it would be she whom he would honor in this way. At 23 years old, he had less than 2 years left to marry. But Ethelstan, the last scavenger, scavenged people. He had fooled them all, Brigid mused, by finding his bride from among the remnant, for whom freedom was the bride price. Thus he had fulfilled both requirements, to marry and provide the bride price, at the same time. The thought of being both gift and receiver made Phoebe laugh. If her freedom had been his gift to her, he had also surrendered his own. It was customary, Brigid told her, for the bride's family to provide a weapon for the bride to give the groom. It could be a sword, an axe, a spear, or a knife, but a bladed weapon of some kind. Since Phoebe had no family to speak of, no one would expect her to provide a weapon to Ethelstan. But since Brigid was her sponsor, she would stand in for Phoebe's parents and ensure that the bride was furnished with a gift of arms. For this, Phoebe thanked her. Fiona was making noises in the next room, so Brigid brought her out and began to nurse. She called her daughters down and gave instructions to them on what to do with the apples that had been cut. The older two appeared well versed in the process, but this was to be their first time doing it alone. First, they were to place the apples into a box, along with a dish of coals placed beside them. They were to sprinkle sulfur over this, which would give off a short burst of blue flame when it hit the coals. Then they would shut the lid and cover the box with a towel to keep the air in, and let this smoke for half an hour, a little longer if needed. Once the apple pieces were fully bleached, they would move them to another box, covered in a towel, then place that in the root cellar. Thus preserved, Brigid told her, the apples could be used for baking all through the winter and still taste as fresh as they did today. The sulfur would keep away the insects, and when properly cooked, its taste went unnoticed. Once Fiona had finished, and the girls had set about their task, Brigid and Phoebe stepped out into the light of early afternoon, the mother carrying her baby. Although it was the warmest part of the day, it was still quite chilly compared to the inside of the cabin. They stopped a couple houses further down, and Brigid went in to drop off Fiona with a neighbor. They had one task to complete, she said, which they must do alone. Near the Celtic, Brigid led her to one of the non-residential cabins, this one without windows. Inside, Phoebe was amazed to find showers, although the water ran cold. The heat, Brigid hinted mysteriously, would come from the next room. For now, they had the place to themselves, and it was a time for the bride to get clean for her special day. Phoebe relished the chance to scrub herself clean, and though she was self-conscious, it helped that in the next stall over, Brigid was doing likewise. The water was cool and invigorating. When it was all over, she was shivering. Brigid handed her a towel, then quickly ushered her into the next room. There, Phoebe was met by an unbelievable heat. Inside were two long, L-shaped benches, one on top of the other, facing a mound of rocks, which had been hollowed out to admit burning wood. Fire no longer burned there, but the residual heat had filled the small room. Brigid escorted her to the higher bench, near the ceiling, and showed her how to place her towel down and sit on it. The smoke rising up from below reminded Phoebe of one of the paintings from Ethelstan's book, The Priestess of Delphi. Sitting next to Brigid, both of them naked, Phoebe felt an earthy sensuality akin to the way she had felt when seeing the woman in the woods. In seeing Brigid's beauty, her incarnate femininity, she came to appreciate her own, a primal force bestowed upon her as a thing to possess and use. The sweat began to pour off her, and her muscles relaxed. All the tension of the past week, and even of all the years prior to that, seemed to melt away. This place, Brigid said, was called a sauna. It was something the Finns had brought over to America, along with the log cabin itself. They had once settled this area in great numbers. When the heat started to become stifling, Brigid took her back to the showers, where the cool water was welcome. Afterwards, they dressed, and when Phoebe stepped back out into the crisp autumn air, she felt as if she had been given a new body. As they strolled back, Phoebe called to mind something Brigid had said the evening before. Brigid, yesterday you said that I should remember how I feel now, when things get more difficult. What did you mean by that? I mean, I'm not so naive as to think that Ethelstan and I will never quarrel. I know you aren't. What I meant was, well, Phoebe, you probably think we're pretty odd, and we probably are. But you have chosen to marry the most unusual one among us. Ethelstan never does things halfway. He is very much an all-or-nothing man. But it's more than that. I told you about the Rangers. They are the ones entrusted with the defense of the Garth. Oh, I know the Bucks and the others help man the wall. And in an emergency, all men are called up in the militia, and they train for that. But I am speaking not only as the wife of a ranger, but as a survivor of Bear Garth, when I say that the real defense of the Garth isn't these walls. It lies in those woods out there. She pointed to the tree line far beyond the Garth fields, where the sun did not penetrate. It lies with the men who know the forest like they know their own bodies. Men for whom the slightest sound, the slightest track of animal or man, might portend death. Phoebe recalled a moment on their journey when Ethelstan had evidently been signaling to one of these woodland fighters. Brigid asked her, "Did Ethelstan tell you how he first came to Wolfgarth?" He said he was wandering, looking for a place he had heard about. And then he found it. That is typical of him, Brigid smiled. Well, I will tell you, the first sign of Ethelstan's arrival was him standing outside that wall. She looked at Phoebe, letting the meaning sink in. He had slipped past the ranger ring without a trace. The arrival of an outlander right outside the gate, with no prior warning, led to a general alarm and the call-up of the militia. This was no half-starved refugee from the city. This was a man who could slip past our best woodsman. Man has killed. Most rangers have 2 or 3 notches, some 4 or 5, but none more than 8. Phoebe, the last time I looked at Ethelstan's knife, it had at least 50. As a mere boy, traveling the byways of the outlands, probably coming across the most dangerous types. The rangers have killed in the dark of the forest, with their comrades not far away. But Ethelstan has been in the much denser jungle of the big cities, among millions of outlanders, knowing that he has no one but himself to rely upon. He is a scavenger, and quite possibly the last one. I believe Elkgarth ended their scavenging years ago, and the Boers never had any interest in it. You have chosen a man who is the last of his kind, the heir of Leonidas. Brigid stopped and turned to Phoebe. She raised her hand and ran it along Phoebe's cheek, and in that gesture Phoebe felt the touch of a woman whose sympathy sprang from deep suffering of her own. What I am trying to say, Phoebe, is that being married to a man like Ethelstan will be challenging. But I imagine that it will have its own rewards, too. Once again, that mysterious smile. As they walked on, something else in Brigid's words came to trouble Phoebe. She had referred to the Rangers as the ultimate security for the Garth, yet Leonidas had said it was the scavenger. His remark stemmed not from a man's pride in his profession but from a debate about whether the institution should be ended altogether, which some in the Garth had evidently wished. The brilliant success of Ethelstan, while he was still technically a boy, had seemed to end that proposal. But had it? And what would all this mean for her, as the two of them embarked upon married life? Questions such as these cast a brief shadow over the day, soon dissipating in all the excitement, but promising quietly to return again. So, too, did the gray clouds above yield to the sun, only to return one day with all the force of winter. That afternoon, after Brigid had picked up Fiona and checked up on her daughter's work, she braided the bride's hair. Most of the women in the Garth braided their hair, she said, because it made it easier to manage. Brigid made a braid on either side, then curled them around her ears, pinning them in place. When Phoebe saw the finished work, she approved happily, and Brigid showed her how she could easily unpin it and put it back again. Phoebe wanted Brigid to show her how to braid, since she had never learned. Her first lesson followed immediately, as Brigid braided her own hair. She then instructed her in the specifics of the wedding ceremony itself, which seemed to bring together all of the elements they had discussed. Bridget's daughters, anxious to be a part of the excitement, hung about with great curiosity and helped their mother retrieve items from her bedroom. One of these was a wedding dress, her own, Bridget told Phoebe, for when her oldest daughter, Nimue, had married, she had made her a new one. Looking upon its lovely embroidery, Phoebe thought it the prettiest garment she had ever seen, and she could hardly believe that tomorrow she would be wearing it. Bridget had Phoebe try it on and stand upon a trunk, so she and her daughters could hem it properly. The second item she had her daughters bring out was a small wooden box. In it lay 2 wedding rings, which had belonged to Leonidas and Nausicaa. Phoebe was moved to tears. Later, Phoebe helped prepare dinner for their husband's return. There was no mistaking it when Connor came home. Thrusting open the door, there he was, a man stout in heart and chest, joyous and loud, bearing wood for the fire as his children gathered round. Dark brown hair and brown eyes completed the image of a bear having taken human flesh. He appeared to be a bit older than his wife, though this might have been misleading, for his face bore lines from laughter and cold winds, as well as the scars of combat. Edelston entered behind him, silent and serious. Phoebe gravitated toward him, and after placing a quick kiss on his lips, she found a smile there. As they shared a feast that evening, she observed the great contrast between these 2 men. Connor was bursting with life and good humor, an infectious enthusiasm that was endearing even when it occasionally vexed. Compared to him, Edelston seemed almost solemn and withdrawn, his mood keenest when he was most serious. Yet something beyond the twinkle in Connor's eyes suggested a great pain, like Bridget's, and that despite such joy, he had moments of profound sorrow that Edelston was somehow steeled against. After dinner, they sat about the great room as a generous fire blazed. The younger children played, while the older ones listened to the adults. "So," Connor said boisterously to Phoebe, "has my wife told you all you need to know?" "Yes, I think so. Like how if you don't marry Edelston here, we've got him slated for the ring match." Phoebe smiled at Edelston as she answered, "Well, I don't know much about the ring match, but I understand that he was under the gun." Edelston winked at her. "Actually," Connor admitted, "the ring match is a fine institution. Our own daughter was married off in the match 3 years ago. She lives in Jackal Garth with her husband, a young man by the name of Koos, and they have a baby boy." He went on to describe the ring match in detail. Held every 2 years, alternately at Jackal Garth or Wolf Garth, it provided an opportunity for the adventurous-minded to marry beyond the Garth. Besides, he added, it was good to have marriage ties between the Garths. The event started with a dance and a great feast for the young men and women who participated. At the match itself, the eligible young men of Wolf Garth competed against their counterparts of Jackal Garth in a variety of contests of strength and skill. Shooting, both with the bow and the gun, tug of war, wrestling, running. There was also something called the caber toss, which involved flipping over a heavy wooden pole about 20 feet long. It sounded impressive to Phoebe, but she was unfamiliar with this unit of measurement, which she had overheard Edelston use. "What is a foot?" Connor looked at her blankly for a moment, then stuck out one leg and said, "This is a foot." He proceeded to laugh uproariously at his own joke. Edelston explained that Connor had, in a way, answered her question, for here again, the old measurement was based on a human scale. After Connor's laughter subsided and Bridget steered him back to his subject, he resumed. In the ring match, men from each Garth were matched up to compete against each other, 1-on-1. The first event would be chosen by one man, then the second by his opponent. If, after this, it was a tie, then they would compete in a third event chosen by a panel of older men from both Garths. The winner from each pair was then eligible to marry a woman from the other Garth, If, that is, he was chosen by one. This held excitement, but also risk, because it was she who would be choosing him. The women of each Garth had their own way of selecting who would participate in the ring match, but Connor was fuzzy on the details here. Those young women would then get to pick their husband from among the other Garth's winners, each woman indicating her choice by placing a ring on his finger, hence, the ring match. In most cases, the man would go to live in her Garth, since it was easier for young men to leave their family's Garth than for young women to do so. But sometimes a young woman longed for adventure, and it was her decision to make. Such had been the case with their own daughter. Ethelstan, who knew the Boers language, said that their title for the ring match was Jackal's True Med Wolf Savru. This, apparently, meant Jackal marries Wolf's wife, an expression that in their language had originally described when it rained while the sun was still shining. But the fittingness of the ancient phrase was too good to pass up, and the Boers thought the whole thing quite funny. Connor smiled broadly, clearly anticipating a good story. At a ring match several years ago, he said, there was only one woman left from Jackal Garth, but 2 wolf victors. The panel decided that the 2 wolves must compete in wrestling against each other, then the winner would wed the woman. The problem, Connor said with a grin, was that the girl was rather harsh-looking. Brigid spoke up, but she had to be quite accomplished to be selected by the Jackal women. No one ever accused them of pawning off young women on us. Be that as it may, Connor conceded, she was still rough. Neither man really wanted to wed her, yet a winner there must be. So when the fight commenced, each man tried his best to lose. Connor laughed heartily as he stood up and invited Liam to help him reenact the match, which his son was only too glad to do. As they squatted down and slowly neared each other, each batted at his opponent pathetically. Then they grabbed hold of each other in mimicked wrestling holds that were hilariously weak. In the end, both were lying sideways on the ground, slapping weakly at each other. When he and his son had finally finished laughing, Connor stood up and continued the story. The audience at the ring match, he said, was cracking up all the while, but the young woman was furious. She went up to where the young men were play grappling and hurled the ring in the dirt as they looked on sheepishly. Her face red, turned away from the contestants and stormed off. One of the losers from a previous match ran up and picked up the ring from the ground. He touched her on the shoulder, whereupon she rounded on him, still fuming and ready to unleash her anger on her prospective suitors. Instead, she saw another young man, this one getting down on his knees and offering her the ring back, telling her that neither man deserved her. She was so taken with him that she placed the ring on his finger, as he had hoped she would. Added. Anyway, those Boers are a tough lot. There's a few around here from the previous ring matches. Brigid got up and served them wine. Made from blackberries, it had a delightfully sweet taste. Phoebe had never had anything like it. I didn't know you could make wine from blackberries. You can make wine from almost anything, Brigid said, even dandelions. Bear Garth was known for its blackberries, and for Connor and me, it brings back memories. The shadow of Bear Garth and its tragic mystery, Phoebe observed, lent a wistfulness to Brigid and Connor even amidst their gaiety. Perhaps, she thought, on the other side they would taste the cool drink that would remove the pain from memory, but here and now, the Upper Peninsula's blackberries would have to do. When it came time for the children to go to bed, Brigid disappeared upstairs with them. When she returned, it was to inform Phoebe that her daughter Tara was asking for her to tuck her in. Touched by this, Phoebe took a lantern and went up the creaking wooden stairs that spiraled up to the left of the fireplace. She emerged in a small hall flanked by 2 doors. From behind one, she could hear Liam and his 2 brothers roughhousing. From behind the other, silence. She opened this door to find a long room running the length of the house, with 4 beds tucked lengthwise under the roof's slope on the left. Only 3 were occupied, the fourth, presumably, being their oldest daughters. This, she surmised, would be Fiona's when she was old enough to move out of the cradle. Guessing that Tara was the youngest, Phoebe smiled as she walked past the older two sisters to the far corner, where a girl of about 5 or 6 looked wide-eyed from the coverlet. Her braids showed hair a dark blonde like honey. She had her mother's green eyes, although they appeared to shift to blue in the light now and then, never quite settling on a color. Phoebe sat down on the edge of the bed. From downstairs she could hear laughter. Something about it made her feel safe, as a child might, listening to the deep resonance of men's voices and the high titter of women, blending to convey a feeling of being protected, the assurance that one could drift off to sleep safely so long as the adults, normally the most serious, found occasion for laughter. The girl smiled at her, an expression so innocent and childlike that Phoebe could not help but return it. Tara, your mother told me that you wanted to see me. Yes, I wanted to tell you that you are special. Oh, that's nice of you. You mean because I'm getting married tomorrow? Well, I guess I know. Special because you see things. Things that the others can't. Her words stopped Phoebe short. She studied Tara's face, but there was no impish guile there, no trace of a prank being played at her expense. Did your mother say that about me? The girl shook her head. No, I can see it in your eyes. You have deep eyes. What was it Leonidas had written? Phoebe thought. Something about a man with deep eyes. It was the man responsible for the scavenger's fatal wounding. Tara was smiling up at her. It's true, isn't it? I don't know. Sometimes, I suppose, I see things that might have been, a long time ago. She looked closely at Tara. Do you see things? I saw my brother once, the one who died. Phoebe was tempted to tell herself that this was merely a child's imagination run wild, but something gave her pause, the dawning realization that perhaps children's fancies should not be so lightly dismissed. Could it be, she thought, that children are uniquely receptive to outside messages, the sounds that Brigid spoke of? Could it be, she thought, that children are uniquely receptive to outside messages, the sounds that Brigid spoke of? But the messages sound to us too much like delirium, so we teach our children to disregard them. Perhaps there is an entire faculty here, stronger in some than in others, that never develops properly because we tell ourselves it can't be real. She asked Tara, "Was it scary when you saw your brother?" The child looked thoughtful a moment. "No, he's very happy. He is with the many. We are with the few. The few, the ones on this side." Her words unnerved Phoebe at first, but then she thought, how would what I have seen sound to someone else? She glanced back at Tara. "This girl looks at me with admiration, as if I were further along than she." "Yes, but in what art?" Tara added, "You shouldn't be afraid." Phoebe kissed her on the forehead then, tousled her hair, and said goodnight to all three girls. When she came downstairs, Brigid smiled at her, but as so often, Phoebe could not divine the thoughts behind the smile. The rest of the evening passed in merriment, with the wine gradually taking hold of her. When it came time for the guests to head home, the two couples stood at the door, exchanging enough farewells to warrant a years-long absence. As Phoebe and Edelston walked home in the invigorating air of an October night, the wine made her feel as if her head were glowing, and the simple task of placing one foot in front of the other took on a comical difficulty. The night was so perfect that she wanted it to last forever. When a slight misstep caused her to lose balance, Edelston caught her, and they both laughed. "You know," he said, "the farmers have a saying. Without the farmers, you would be hungry, naked, and sober." Right now, it was the funniest thing Phoebe had ever heard. When she finally recovered, she looked sidelong at Edelston and murmured, "1 out of 3 doesn't sound too bad." Reaching their home, by lantern light they found their way to the bedroom. Phoebe sat on the edge of the bed and said, "Edelston, tell me of Freya." In a room lit only by a single flame, he wove a story stranger than any she had heard, yet one oddly fitting, as if directed toward her own heart. It seemed to be several stories, actually. The first told of a goddess of such great beauty that all creation was animated by desire for her. Her lightest touch awakened the desire to strive, to create, to overcome every obstacle. The very name of her husband, Odd, referred to an ecstatic energy, a forceful striving. In every daring deed a man did, every effort he put his whole heart into, he was driven by the inspiration Freya's beauty stirred in him, embodied in his true love. Her very name came to mean, lady, in the languages of the North, from the German Frau to the Norse Freya. Even the enemies of the gods wanted her. It was, in fact, for her as principal prize that they fought. If they should be successful, gods and men alike would lose their creative vigor, succumbing to sloth and weakness, turning inward while their enemies rended the universe from top to bottom. With all energy dissipated, the whole universe would look like the retribution. He told her of a journey, one of infinite sadness, when Odd was driven away at the close of the gods' war. Through the 9 worlds she went looking for him, the goddess beautiful in tears. When her tears fell on the ground they became gold, and those that fell on the waves became amber. Thus it appeared in my dream, Phoebe remembered. Or was it a dream? He told her, too, the story of a goddess whose kin had once warred upon Asgard and stormed its very ramparts, a battle goddess whose other names included Valfreya, the Lady of the Slain. For she, too, and not only Odin, claimed her own from among the battle dead. What was it that Leonidas had said? "I have walked with death across this wide world and in you I see his disciple." Or should I say her disciple? Some said that she took those who were motivated to fight out of love, not professional warriors but men who shed their blood to keep their dear ones safe. Freya took her chosen ones to her beautiful field, the field of the folk, Folkvanger, wherein stood her hall, Sessrumnir, the many-seated. Here they would live with their beloved, it was said, and love, not combat, was the order of the day. Phoebe, recalling what Brigid had said, asked him, "Is this where you wish to go?" She could see the emotions play across his eyes, and he looked away. To spend eternity with the woman you love seems like a goal worth devoting your life to. It always troubled me to imagine heaven as a place where I would love everyone, not just my wife and children. The words of Jesus bothered me, that we will neither marry nor be given in marriage, that we will be like the angels in heaven. That was his answer to a man who was asking which husband a woman would spend eternity with. His answer, "No one," profoundly disturbed me. But in Freya's court, man and wife are that, and in every sense. He told her, too, the story of a goddess intimately involved with her people, whose beauty was embodied in their women. She kindled love between man and woman, a holy love that produced children to continue the race. She was there when love's course led the belly to swell, and she was there in the pains of childbirth, when women would call upon her for aid. They said she was the easiest to call upon and the last name to slip from our ancestors' lips when the cross had long cast its shadow. And he told her the story of the mistress of magic, of second sight and shapeshifting. Phoebe's ears pricked up at this, for what he described sounded much like what she had experienced. Phoebe, too, saw things as present that others did not, such as the one-eyed man in the men's council. And she, too, underwent journeys that took her out of her own body and into those of others, even animals. These journeys had not been voluntary, but thrust upon her, and in each instance, it was Ethelstan's words that brought it on. But when she asked him to describe the appearance of the goddess, his answer made the hairs on her neck stand up. Our lore says that she is beautiful beyond words and bears a pendant, Brisingamen, forged by the dwarves. Since gold and amber are Freya's tears, it is quite possible that the necklace was forged from her grief. At times, they say, she dons a cloak of falcon feathers and flies between worlds. At other times, she is pulled in a chariot drawn by two cats. Two cats. Wild cats. Our lore doesn't say how big or small. All of it in the woods, unless. What? Was it an actual presence she had encountered, a real, external thing? But why could only something external be real? If what Ethelstan was saying were true, this had been a part of her nature all along, had been since her genetic inheritance was passed on to her. If what she had experienced was a dream, it was more real than anything she had known. If reality, it was so dreamlike as to unhinge her powers of reason. But I saw someone at the high seat, looking down on us after we left, and two ravens. And then at the men's council, I saw three old men. When I described one of them, Brigid said it was Leonidas. But they were there. She went on to describe the other times, when it had gone beyond visions to out-of-body experiences, as she lived through fantastic stretches of time under the influence of his words. Leave it. He looked at her with sympathy. Don't you see, Phoebe? I knew you were special from the start, but I had no idea. I think that's another reason I hesitated to tell you everything, even after what you saw. I didn't want to scare you off, to overwhelm you. I may be the last scavenger, but you're something no one has seen in generations. For centuries, anyone like you was treated as crazy or possessed. Out of fear, out of misunderstanding, such gifts were suppressed, or self-suppressed. If it were genetic, we thought, it had long since died out. But now, in the sunset of the modern world, these powers are returning. And that is something we did not expect. What do you mean, these powers? I mean that there is a world beyond this one. Many worlds in fact, and only a thin veil separates us. You have the ability to see through that veil. I know it, I've seen it. You have something inside you, Phoebe, something that is so precious, people will only whisper about it for fear that it might vanish. As for me, I scavenged in the darkest pit, and pulled out something that they threw away, something more valuable than they could possibly dream of. You may be the last living scavenger, but you are something far rarer. Phoebe shook with anxiety. It was one thing to listen to stories, it was another to realize that you were in one. For a moment, she was transported by memory to a time when, as a child of 9, she had come across a letter of her grandmother's. It was from Grandpa, now dead. The schools no longer taught how to read the ancient script, where lines curved and letters joined, as if in love, and so the letter's contents were incomprehensible to Phoebe. But she could see that at the end of the letter, he had broken into poetry. Young as she was, it was hard to imagine her grandfather, that frail old man in her memory, alternately wistful, kind, and grumpy, being capable of writing poetry. It was her first inkling that there had been a whole private world between her grandparents, and between her parents as well, that she would never know. It was a humbling experience for a child who, as children do, thought that the world began with her. And here she was, sharing a little world only she and Ethelstan would know, yet the dimensions of that world seemed broader than the entire universe. She felt then what a ponderously heavy thing love is, not when you first picked it up, but when you tried to move and do anything else, for then it took on all the weight of your dreams, your fears, life, death, even divinity itself. To move an inch, she sensed, was to commit herself, heart and soul, for in the back rooms of her consciousness were monkish whispers about things demonic. Ethelstan, as if he could read the tears gathering in her eyes as easily as words on a page, said, "Phoebe, I told you yesterday that I would take you anywhere, just to be with you. It is no devil that causes me to sacrifice everything for love. Freya has helped me become the man I am, the man you love. Here, see," and from his pocket he pulled out a piece of paper. As he unfolded it to 4 times its size, she saw that on one side was an intricate diagram of white lines on a dark blue background bearing the strange title, Transistorized Control System. Ethelstan flipped it over to the back side, which had originally been blank but was now filled with words handwritten in print. And she was mistress in matters of love. Young maidens would on this goddess often call, to help them hold a young man in thrall, invoking the aid of Freya above. And lovers long fast in marriage bond, seeking to keep the marriage love fond, would whisper, Freya, to the white moon. Those wanting children would call her name, as well as women wrenched by birthing pain, for Freya's help came strong and soon. A husband she had, by name of Odd, who took up arms, elf against God, and for this was sent away. Exiled he was, for deed and word, that he chose to go I have not heard, most unwilling did Odd leave that day. Through the 9 worlds Freya sought him, if pain were payment, surely she bought him, yet her search was not soon over. Among strange peoples she long wandered, and seeing her, many a man pondered, whence came this enchanting rover. Many titles she took, many she received, and many about her are deceived, for her names were countless. Yet she comforted her own in this middle earth, from the young maiden to the mother in birth, and her fame was boundless. Gefn, the giver, for what she bestowed, Horn, for flaxen hair the wind blowed, and goddess beautiful in tears. Mardal they would call her, for truth to tell, sea brightener, she makes the waves swell, when by the water she appears. Yet as Freya wandered, she cried, and her tears, untouched, undried, were transformed into red gold. Other tears dropped into the waves' motion, they became amber, the gold of the ocean, bewitching to behold. Round her neck she wore a pendant bright, Brisingamen, the eye's delight, forged by the hand of dwarf, not man's. When she donned her cloak of shimmery feathers, she became a falcon free of tethers, flying high in the clouds dance. Sometimes in a chariot Freya would ride, pulled by wildcats, side by side, traveling swiftly out of sight. To battles she came, and took half the slain, the other half to Odin, but neither to pain or sorrow came the brave in the fight. To sunny fields she took them, gold-bright Folkvanger, taking those who died for love or honor, they received their dear ones in time. In the hall of Cesrum near the many-seated, lovers found solace, who had been defeated by sword, or chance, or time. It is but a myth, a story, or so they say, a wandering woman, a man far away, beset by a bittersweet pain. To show us the wounds a woman knows, when her love leaves, or her wound grows, and her tears fall like rain. But a tale may be myth and true as well, there are things beyond facts that men must tell, there's more felt by waking hearts than in our dreams. And this is a tale that to me rings true, for Freya, I know, is a word for you, the Fräulein of my heart it means. Far to the north, this Phoebe roams, mid giants and trolls and gnarly gnomes, that do but inhabit the bodies of men. Like Freya, she wanders among the pines, the steel towers, iron keeps, and other kinds of abodes in this many-peopled den. Her heart is ever that of a young maiden, no matter how heavy it may become laden with worry or weariness or grief. For like Freya, a whole world she bears of anguish, when the world tears at her with no mercy or relief. Yet she is never quite conquered by distress, for of joy and love this Phoebe Freya is mistress, keeping a never-failing hearth inside. Though the sky fill with clouds, and the earth with dark crowds, this fiery love will burn and abide. Folk called upon Freya to kindle desire, I call upon Phoebe, for she gives me fire, in soft touch, warm embrace, and deep kiss. With pale skin of the north and eyes ice blue, dark hair flowing, full lips ever new, and breasts that take her chosen one to bliss. I am that chosen one, though little deserving, for I have caused her much grief, inflicted much hurting, thoughtless and careless indeed. Tears as precious as Freya's she has wept, yet I'd dig up all gold, dredge amber from the depth, if only she'd never have with tears to plead. Like God I may seem distant at times, my thoughts roaming, lost among the pines, in the frozen north, the soul of a man. But although the landscape look wintry and biting, warm fires burn there, with hearths inviting, ready to welcome you as only I can. You fill my heart with longing, my body with craving, this be my one grace, love is my saving, always and everywhere yours will I be. And if, after death, there is a Cesrum near for lovers, with mirth in the hall, and sunlit fields to discover, blessed with you be that eternity. Although his poem had bidden her not to cry, she wept freely. With a deep, soul-wrenching shudder, she gave up her struggle and surrendered completely. He took her in his arms, and with lips that could singe he kissed her. I am everything to him, she thought, and he is everything to me. What is it, he said, that all creation desires her, and that desire powers all striving? I am Freya, receiving his desire. And Freya will not be jealous of me for thinking that, because she has a husband and knows what it is to desire. As their lips parted and he moved down to her neck, she leaned back in his arms. Her mind became a glorious mush of thoughts that barely registered as words. Folk, blood gift, blood, heart, love, Freya, Husfreya, bed oath, marriage, eternity. Then he blew out the light, and she felt as though she were falling through the floor into an all-embracing darkness, and he was reaching out to her from far above, his white arms in the blackness above spanning vast distances to hold on to her. And suddenly she was out of the darkness, in his embrace once more, and oh, it was glorious to have the talking done and to speak as only lovers can. Much, much later, lying next to each other, they embarked on the journey that is sleep, meeting in their dreams and holding hands, as children might. Asterisk 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 a brisk wind tugged at Phoebe's hair, fluttering the bridal crown of fall leaves that Brigid's daughters had fashioned for her. She was making her way up the Celtic, having started from the gate. Brigid followed with her daughters, Fiona in her arms. Everyone along the way stopped to watch, and some even joined the procession, perhaps out of a desire to see the scavenger get married. Somewhere on the Germanic, he was walking with Connor and his sons. He would be making his way toward the same destination as she, just as they had lived their separate lives but all the while had been heading toward each other. Such a convergence, involving the entire race of Ask and Embla, had been going on for over 2,000 years. It had not always been thus. Phoebe thought back to the eras whose struggle she had followed on four paws and seen with hawk's eyes. The race back then had been like a great tree, a trunk with one source, but branching off in all directions. Some branches had gone east, toward Asia, and disappeared over time, mixing their blood with other races or being lopped off before they could bear fruit. But other branches proved to be mighty boughs, strong and lasting. Some bore the names of the spiral roads they now walked. Spreading into every valley and mountain range, they put forth branch after branch, and each branch 100 twigs. Some of these had names that echoed down through history, such as the Ostrogoths, the Wends, and the Nervi. Others were lesser known but as fiercely unique, such as the Cantiaci, the Tinctiri, and the Dravani. It was a diversity that dwarfed the teeming millions of many apples or Chicano. But then came the days of empire, when Rome, self-appointed gardener of Europe, demanded uniformity and obedience, pruning off branches that would not comply, eradicating entire peoples. But then Rome cut into a branch too thick, and the shears fell from her grasp. For a while the tree grew wild again, and there was a great wandering of peoples. But uniformity was a disease, and it was now loose within the tree. It flowed through the veins, distorting the branches from their ancient courses, making them intertwine at right angles, allowing each to grow freely only so long as it formed a cross. The riot of growth was checked, the wildness slowly tamed. Clans melted into tribes, tribes dissolved into nations, nations bowed before kings, and kings bent the knee before Rome once again. The tree was still strong, in spite of it all, but its branches were now fewer in number. Boughs grown so mighty, however, might contest the distorting force and refuse to bow to Rome, and so they did, going their own way. But now nations laid claim to the allegiance once given only to the clan, sending millions to die in fratricidal wars that weakened the tree until it shuddered. Misshapen, shorn of so many branches, the tree still stood, but now a third danger appeared, parasitical to the point of fatality. The tree was weak and old, some said, it needed support. And so, creeping, invasive vines, incapable of reaching the sunny heights on their own, attached themselves to the trunk and began to climb. Entangling one bough after another, they crowded out its sunlight and robbed it of water. They grew thicker, while the tree's own girth halted. Just so, some had justified the great replacement by contrasting the fecundity of the darker races with the childless wombs of whites. The tree, had it been valiant to the last, might yet have managed to shrug off even this menace. But, pruned and misshapen, cut and bent for so many generations, the tree, alone of all things in nature, put up no fight for its existence. And so its death, in essence, would be self-inflicted. And yet, would it die? The pruning, the consolidation, the long convergence had had another effect, as well, to recreate the trunk as the only viable identity. Athelstan had told her that even before the retribution, identity was being erased in ways more subtle than conquest. European ethnic festivals had been hijacked by the colored races. German and Irish identity had been reduced to mere beer guzzling. White bread became a byword for emptiness, culturelessness. Decades before the retribution, all these ancient, proud nations were relabeled merely white, and the descendants of those who forged America were made to feel ashamed of their identity. At the same time, every misfit group of colored migrants to arrive on American shores was given an honorable title, even if they had made a hellhole of their own country. Racial mixing became more common. But far more common was its promotion in advertisements and movies and toys and anything that might help convince a people that this image, this improbable union, was their future. But while all this induced a feeling of hopelessness and guilt in hundreds of millions of whites, to the point where an epidemic of suicide broke out, in a few others it had the opposite effect. In North America, where the convergence was strongest, Irishmen and Englishmen, Germans and Poles, those whose ancestors had fought each other for centuries, now found themselves hammered into a new shape. The great lines of the blood gift united at last. This, then, was another effect of the impending retribution. It accelerated with the social changes of the quickening, the flood of immigration in the 20s and 30s, the progressive panaceas, the undeniable failures, the race riots of the early 40s, until the very sun was blotted out, and retribution came. Out of the chaos came the first provisions of the Red Act, and the racial quotas began their yearly advance, a generation whites came to call the darkening, when their economic serfdom was codified. Then came the land confiscation of the mid-60s, leading to the hunger, when the very real prospect of death by starvation led millions to migrate to the food distribution centers, leaving behind ghost towns. Then, in 2073, the price of white survival was announced, the Environmental Restoration Act, prohibiting second children, sterilizing the non-compliant, and establishing the dreaded coffins, the carbon offset factories. All of this was in place when, somewhere in the white ghettos of Minneapolis, a woman named Virginia gave birth to her only child in 2088. It was the only world Phoebe had ever known. And now she was walking up the Slavic, a free daughter of Embla, dressed in her bridal finery. The road curved tightly as it approached the center, then they passed through the inner gate into the pith. Edelston arrived a moment later, attended by several of the rangers, a sort of honor guard. Phoebe advanced to the immense oak tree planted at the Garth's founding a half-century ago. Its branches swayed and sighed gently in the wind. When she reached the trunk, she turned around, facing the gate she had come through. Those attending bride and groom approached the tree but kept their distance. Edelston proceeded around the pith, symbolizing a man's long journey to his beloved. When he had made one circuit, he headed for the Garth tree and stopped in front of Phoebe. She addressed him with the words Brigid had taught her, ancient words Freya had spoken to Odd, who had undergone a journey most perilous to find her. From where have you come? Where did you journey? What do your kinsmen call you? Your family and name I shall know as a sign that I was meant to be your wife. Then he answered his bride, I am Edelston, son of Leonidas, son of Ymra. Phoebe answered with the words she had memorized, Now are you welcome. I have waited for my desire, the greeting shall be followed with a kiss. Happiest of all is that sight we long for, the sight of the one we love. Yearning for you has been my only pleasure, and longing for me your delight, but now of a truth, we two shall defy time and age together. 32 Then Brigid handed Phoebe a sword and a ring, and Phoebe placed the ring on the tip of the blade. This she held out to Edelston, saying as she did so, this blade alone. As Brigid had explained, this act had a double meaning, apart from the suggestive imagery of man and woman physically joined. First, it meant that if he were ever in combat, he was to return to his wife victorious, bearing the weapon, or not at all. The second meaning was even stronger, and became evident when the man, having put on the ring, took the weapon and made a small cut on his hand, his eyes never leaving those of his bride. It meant that he would be cut only by this blade, here and now, and not by the iron blades of the River Slith, which he would surely suffer if he were not true to her. There was now a parallel action from man to woman. After sheathing the blade, Edelston brought out her ring and placed it on her finger. Then he clasped her hand with his cut one, as each gripped the other's thumb, palms together, their eyes on each other once more as he said, this blood alone. This, too, had a double significance. As with her words to him, it pointed to the injuries she would sustain in the world to come if she were untrue to him, but it also enjoined her to raise up children by his blood. Combat and childbirth, Brigid had said, were the ancient, parallel paths for men and women. There were no nobler sacrifices that either could make. Phoebe remembered Leonida's words. By an iron law of nature, a race whose women do not bear children and whose men do not fight will vanish. As Phoebe and Edelston continued to clasp hands, Connor and Brigid stepped forward and bound their hands doubly, Brigid winding around a strand of spun wool, Connor a bowstring. Edelston looked at her, and Phoebe saw in him seriousness and joy and desire and determination. I am Ask, and you are Embla. I am the ash, and you are the elm. She responded. I am Embla, and you are Ask. I am the elm, and you are the ash. Their union was complete. They kissed, and Phoebe's heart sang. Everyone around them cheered, and the crisp air carried their voices to all parts of the garth. Their reception was held in the Hall of Children, the third hall in the pith. Here a bridal couple would feast with their friends and family, and here again they would come on the 9th day after a child's birth, for the sprinkling of water and the formal naming of the child, an ancient practice. Outside this hall, a stone slab bore these words, "You have been given a gift. Now be the giver." These words were addressed not only to the parents of a newborn, admonishing them to be prepared for sacrifice, but even to the child itself, still pink from birth, who by this formal naming was inducted into the garth. Inside, there were benches and tables, and the members of Brigid's clan had seen to the provision of food and drink. They were here now, the half-dozen families to which Brigid and Connor were connected, for Edelston, too, had been adopted into this clan when Leonidas became his father. Cups of mead were passed and toasts given. Cider, too, was on hand, made from apples picked in the orchards. Phoebe and Edelston were seated on one side of a central table, facing the rest, with Brigid and Connor flanking them. As they sat, enjoying the food and companionship, a stout, bearded man in a sooty apron approached. A blacksmith, he brought a ceremonial hammer, carved all about with strange letters. Looking at his flashing blue eyes and red beard, Phoebe had a curious thought. If the gods walked among us, would we know? It was a strange idea for one who was herself unsure what she believed, who stood poised on the fulcrum, when anything seemed possible because nothing was certain. The smith held up the hammer sideways, in two hands. Right there, like the weight of a baby. Edelston nodded at her, and she lifted the hammer up and handed it back, graciously thanking the blacksmith. Also in attendance was a man skilled with the guitar. When he played, it was unlike anything Phoebe had ever heard. The only music she was familiar with was the angry, pulsing beats of ret rap or the foreign wailing of the various races that crowded the city. This was so different that she gripped her seat, entranced by a sound that was to her ears what Edelston's book of paintings had been to her eyes. Brigid told her that the Garths around the northern sea had become enamored of the old folk songs in the seafaring style. On the long winter nights, they thrilled to such songs as the wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald, with its haunting story of a capsized ship long ago. Some of these songs were melancholy, others were full of fun, but all of them told a story. And so the man sang, and the revelers stopped to listen. There was a gallant lady, and in her tender years she was courted by a sailor. 'Tis true she loved him dear, and how to get to sea with him, the way she did not know, and resolved to see the place, called Canady Io. She bargained with a sailor, for a purse of gold, and soon he did convey this lady, down into the hold. I'll dress you up in sailor's clothes, your colors are true blue, you soon shall see the pretty place, called Canady Io. Io. Then out bespoke our captain bold, such things will never be, for if we drown this lady, oh hanged we will be. We'll dress her up in sailor's clothes, we'll make her all true blue, and she shall soon see the happy place, called Canady Io. She had not been in Canada, scarcely half a year, when the captain married her, and made her his dear. She dresses in silks and satins, and she cuts a gallant show, and she's the grandest captain's lady that's in Canady I.O. Garth. But many of those same girls, when they reached marrying age, realized that the young man they truly wanted was someone they'd known all their lives. Phoebe looked at Edelstein, who was listening to Connor. Unaware that she was watching him, he looked as handsome as that day she spied him returning, shirtless, from a wash in the creek. It thrilled her to know that he was hers, and that she belonged to him. I have met the man of my dreams, she thought. It bothered her only a little to realize that dreams, be they ever so pleasant, lead where they wish. Afterwards, the wedded couple wended their way back to their cabin for a second ceremony. As they walked along together, a little girl came running out of a nearby cabin and approached Edelstein. Lacking any fear of the 50-notch man, she went right up and hugged him. He picked her up and hugged her right back as her curls bounced in the wind. Heidi, when am I going to see you marching up this street to your wedding? She smiled shyly now, and as Phoebe beheld them, suddenly she knew with a certainty that this was the child he had scavenged while still in his trials. It was fortunate that the girl could not remember those events, still vivid to the man who held her. Carefree now, she giggled, and he put her down. Giving a final wave, she turned around, seeking once again the game she had left off. Leonida's house was not much further, and soon Phoebe stood before her home, which she had first seen only 2 days before. Now that she was formally married, it was time for the gifting of the keys. These were the ceremonial keys to the cabin and its food stores that symbolized her authority over such things as the woman of the house. On special occasions, Brigid had told her, the ladies of the Garth would proudly wear these keys on a belt about their waist that complemented their feminine form. Now Brigid, herself wearing her own set of jangling keys at the waist, stepped forward. In her role as proxy for Phoebe's mother, she hooked the loop of keys for Leonida's cabin at Phoebe's waist. With this done, Connor now stepped forward, bearing a drinking horn for Edelstein filled with mead. After the groom took a drink, he offered it to his bride. Then a full cask of honey mead was brought forward as their gift. By ancient tradition, the bridal couple would drink this for a full cycle of the moon, their honeymoon, in order to sweeten their marriage and make it fruitful. One step only remained. Edelstein now handed the horn back to Connor and faced Phoebe. Then he got down on his knees. She stood before him, barefoot. Looking up at her, he said, "Where I am husbandi, you are husfreya." Phoebe replied, "Where I am husfreya, you are husbandi." Then he stood and lifted her off her feet and into his arms. She wrapped her arms about his neck and looked up at him adoringly, as he carried her to their cabin. He stepped across the threshold, and they were in her domain, her sanctuary, the place where she would raise children and make a life for her family. He carried her to the living room, looking down at her tenderly, and she kissed him. Then he placed her down gently on her feet. They could hear the cheers of those outside, and then Edelstein closed the door. They were alone now, the seer and her scavenger. Part 3. Thought and Memory Chapter 7. Men of Iron Arthur Fitzwilliam Tate, A Tight Fix. Public Domain. These are the ushers of Marcius. Before him he carries noise, and behind him he leaves tears. Death, that dark spirit, in's nervy arm doth lie, which being advanced, declines, and then men die. William Shakespeare, Coriolanus 34. Those weeks of October were happy ones for Phoebe. The wind steadily stripped the trees of their leaves, the harvest was completed, and the Garth prepared to hunker down for winter. Phoebe spent her days with Brigid, learning the skills of which life in the outlands had deprived her. In the evenings, Connor and Edelstein would return from their business in and out of the Garth, and the two couples would often share dinner. The nights, of course, she spent with Edelstein, her husband. The words still made her tingle, as she did when he called her his wife. Athelstan would not be leaving on another scavenge until the spring, for which Phoebe was grateful. Instead, he kept himself busy with a variety of roles within the Garth that carried over from his scavenger experience. The first of these was as a fictional opponent for the Rangers, probing their defenses and using new tactics, something he called a red cell of one, in a private joke with the Rangers. In turn, performed the same role toward the Young Bucks. During an event called the Onslaught, they made a sudden, unpredictable assault on the Garth, which was defended by the Bucks. Athelstan also worked with the Seabees, to see if there were any gaps in their knowledge that could be supplemented by scavenged books or materials from the Outlands, which helped him to plan future missions. His third role was an instructor to the Young Bucks in their trials. The trials were a popular topic of discussion at Brigid's house, as Liam would soon be leaving for his own. His third role was an instructor to the Young Bucks in their trials. The trials were a popular topic of discussion at Brigid's house, as Liam would soon be leaving for his own. For the first 7 weeks, he would be in the field, until the Yule celebrations brought the Young Bucks back for a brief time with their families. Phoebe would occasionally hear the ones who would be graduating soon, as they called out every 4 hours for the changing of the wall guard. It could have been her imagination, but there seemed to be a note of increasing anticipation in their cries as the day of manhood approached. She had been struck by the comportment of the teenage boys, those who had yet to face the trials. In the ghettos of many apples, no matter what the race, these were always the worst behaved element, thugs bent on senseless destruction. The boys of the Garth, however, displayed none of that arrogance and overt hostility she had assumed was a characteristic of males everywhere. Here, fathers had a strong hand, and what with the apprenticeship that began at age 7, and then the trials, there were always a fair number of older men with their eyes on their younger counterparts. All adult men, young or old, were members of the militia, and as such were called up regularly to oversee the Young Bucks and the general defense of the Garth. Every man a warrior, the saying went, and the trials impressed upon all of them that they were warriors first, and farmers, lumberjacks, or miners second. It seemed to Phoebe that the older a man was, the more the boys held him in reverence. Although all of the male founders were dead, some through natural causes, some through combat, there were still those, now in their 50s and 60s, who had been children at the founding and had come through the tough years of the hunger, when starvation and violence were constant threats. The next generation, those now in their 30s and 40s, had been the first to undergo the trials, which had been instituted after the fall of Bear Garth. But such significance did the trials hold, that the biggest gulf was between those who had faced them and those who had yet to. During that year, Connor told her, the young bucks lived in barracks outside the Garth but sometimes went much further afield. There, they would live solely off what they killed or picked themselves, growing lean and alert. They would become crack shots with the rifle, a weapon which the Garth retained from the early days. Edelston scavenged these on occasion, but the blacksmiths, he assured her, had learned to fashion guns for the Garth. The buck's primary distance weapon, however, was the bow and arrow, which the boys learned to fashion by hand. To strike unseen and silently, this is what the Rangers taught them. They also learned close fighting, both with weapons and without. The men put the young bucks through stressful situations and observed how they reacted, both individually and in groups. Each buck was given an opportunity for leadership, learning his strengths and weaknesses. They received plenty of stirring examples to inspire them, personal stories, history, mythology. For boys on the edge of manhood, it was a long year, but every 6 or 7 weeks, there was a holiday, and so they learned to take it day by day. The memories were lasting, the friendships forged there, iron strong. Does anyone not pass? Phoebe asked one evening, when only Connor had returned. Edelston had headed out to the barracks to congratulate some of the graduating young bucks whom he held in high regard. Brigid and her daughters were tending to dinner preparations in the kitchen. The boys were upstairs, but it was abnormally quiet up there, and Phoebe would not be surprised if Liam were listening in from the top of the stairs. Nothing is ever guaranteed, Connor replied as they sat watching the fire. As she listened, Phoebe was mending a tear in a shirt of Edelston's. Brigid had taught her to sew, but she was still very slow and had broken the thread more than once. It was humbling to think of performing this same task with an open wound, but Brigid said she had done so many times. The key question, Connor went on, is whether it is a will problem or a skill problem. As long as a buck is willing to put in the extra work, we'll do everything we can to help him succeed. But if we get the impression that he's just going through the motions, we can make things hard on him in the trials. And if, despite it all, our best efforts should fail, and the respect of his fellow bucks means nothing to him, we would have no choice but to expel him from the Garth. But that, he added as he puffed on his pipe, has only happened once. Once is enough to show that the threat is real. He was in my class, actually, the men of '84. Except he never became a man. The mere passage of time does not have the power to transform a boy into a man. Where is the one you exiled now? Phoebe wondered. Connor shrugged his shoulders. A werewolf perhaps, or dead. To someone born in the Garth, exile would be like a living death anyway. Perhaps that sounds harsh. Maybe you think it would have been kinder to just let him pass, even though he was not willing to do what was necessary. But when kindness causes us to ignore nature and the demands that it places on us, the long-term result is far crueler than what we tried to avoid. Perhaps it is harsh to flog a buck for sleeping at his post. But it is far harsher to have an entire Garth sacked because the ones entrusted with guarding it did not take their responsibility seriously. It is far crueler to make the innocent die because of your lenience toward the guilty. Behind his words, she suspected, lurked the shadow of Bear Garth. He told her of another saying they had, every man and woman a Garth. The meaning here was that if the worst should happen, the Garth could live on, that it must live on, even if through just one family, or one couple. Each man and woman, then, must possess all the basic skills required for survival. All men of the Garth, be they farmers, seabees, or craftsmen, possess the honed ability to fight, to find food, and to survive. But they must also be familiar with all of the fundamental skills pertaining to their sex. For men, this was provided by the apprenticeship system. At the age of 7, a boy began his apprenticeship. This was served not in one trade, but many, for he would be spending anywhere from 6 months to a year as a carpenter, herdsman, farmer, miner, blacksmith, and so on. This served 3 purposes. First, Connor said, it allowed the men to see what his aptitude was, for while nature often fitted the son to the same trade as the father, such was not always the case. Second, it gave the boy a sense of how the garth worked, inside and out. No matter what his future trade should be, he would have respect for them all, and he would understand his own place within the whole. Finally, it ensured that every man carried around, in his mind and in his muscles, all of the basic skills it took to make a garth. Connor's son Niall had just completed his first year of apprenticeship, which he had spent in the farm fields. Liam's final apprenticeship, which he had just finished, had been with a carpenter. At age 17 came the trials. After that year, a young man entered the trade that would be his life calling. Some degree of choice was allowed for, but the guild of that trade had to agree to take him on. The Rangers alone, Connor told her, did not give any consideration to a man's wishes. You had to be invited, and the training was every bit as tough as the trials. Upon entering, or re-entering, a trade after the trials, a young man's status was now journeyman. Being of age, he could marry, but he was not a senior member of the garth and was not eligible to be selected for the men's council until he had mastered his craft. That typically took years. In most trades, this required him to produce a masterpiece that demonstrated his skill, and which the members of his guild approved. Others, dead things can also count, he darkly hinted. He then told her the story, from the Ranger's perspective, of what Edelston had done upon Leonida's death. Leonidas had died before we arrived. We sent young Edelston into the cabin to make his peace, and that is the last we saw of him. At first, we had no idea what was going on. Some suspected that he had given up on the garth and gone back to the outlands. After all, he had been here barely a year, and half of that was in the trials. But it didn't seem like him to give up. He had impressed everyone, and the Rangers were ready to scoop him up after the trials. What we didn't know about was Leonida's last message, for Edelston had taken the book with him. But that fact, he said as he pounded his fist decisively, seemed more significant later on. Some of us Rangers knew what Leonidas kept in that book, all his scavenger secrets and paths. We suspected that Edelston had a purpose in taking it. Then, 4 days later, he returned, with that baby in his arms, only a few months old. In a single day, he'd run over 120 miles, an unheard of achievement. Between that and the injuries he'd sustained, he looked like he was on the brink of death. We Rangers escorted him the last few miles to the gate of the garth. Didn't you offer to carry them the rest of the way? Phoebe wondered. Just drove on. That would be to deprive him of the honor of his achievement, which had to be his own. We knew it as soon as we laid eyes on him. He had avenged Leonida's death and completed the old man's mission. He had become a master scavenger while still in the trials. Besides, he added, Edelston had abandoned his post, which merited the severest punishment. True, his father had directed this mission, and Edelston knew we would never approve of it, so he felt he had no choice. I understand that, but that only made it imperative that he complete the task on his own, unaided. Many times, you know, only a hair's breadth separates a heroic act from sheer folly, and in that sliver of difference lies success or failure. He grinned at Phoebe, his eyes sparkling. But your husband did succeed. And he went on to achieve great deeds. He has done more in 7 years than most men do their entire lives. For Connor, clearly, that was all that mattered, and Phoebe knew it was no small thing for Eddleston to have won the respect of a man like him. Yet she shuddered to think of Eddleston being barely older than Liam, with his adoptive father dead, undergoing a mission that had every chance of killing him. And it almost had, apparently. She wanted to know what had happened in the city, but she also feared to find out. Is this what it is like to be a scavenger's wife? She wondered. Is it better for me not to know, to just focus on providing a loving home for him? She looked down at her sewing. Shall I tend to his wounds and not know how he got them? Night came sooner now, and in the darkness after dinner, Connor would tell stories about the great forces that shaped the universe. The children had heard these tales before, though each time the emphasis was different. To Phoebe, however, all of it was new, and she listened as raptly as the littlest of the children. The stories, she came to realize, worked on many different levels, each level of meaning adjusted to the age of the listener. While young children's eyes grew wide at mention of terrible monsters and stupendous feats of strength and wit, older listeners nodded in understanding at the monsters they knew were at work in the world, and the great strength and wit it took to combat them. Tonight, as the whistling wind outside competed with the crackling hearth fire within, the ranger yielded to his youngest son's request for his favorite story. "Woof," the boy cried. With the powerful intonation of one who had told the story many times, Connor began. There was a wolf, a monstrous being. Elements and figures from other stories Phoebe had heard came and went, for all of these formed one vast, cosmic epic that had its roots in the beginnings of the universe and would continue until the cataclysmic retribution known as Ragnarok. There was Gullveig, a devourer, as he called her, who journeyed through the 9 worlds teaching her evil arts. The gods burned her, but to no avail. Each time, she was born into the world again to work her evil. Thrice burned, thrice reborn, she plotted the death of Odin's son, Balder. She was always the delight of evil women. At each burning, her heart was eaten by the evil Loki, another devourer, who shapeshifted even across the bounds of gender to give birth to terrible beings. Then there was the handsome Frey, Freya's brother, who fell in love with Gullveig's daughter Gerd, unaware of her mother's identity. That was a story much loved by Brigid's older daughters for its romance, as when Frey went to Odin's watchtower, the high seat, and looked across the 9 worlds. It was then that he beheld the White Maiden. Light shone from her arms, and from them all the sea and sky. The girls would sigh at that moment when Frey learned Gerd had agreed to marry him but kept him waiting 9 days. In heartsick anguish, he who was lord over the elves exclaimed, "Long is one night, longer are 2, how shall I endure 3? Many a month has seemed shorter to me than this half-night alone." Their marriage, while happy, like all marriages had consequences. For when Gerd's mother was killed by the Aesir, that great clan of gods was demanded compensation by Frey's clan, the Vanir, and a great war among the gods took place. Odin threw his spear, shot it into the host. That was the first great battle in the world. Broken were the walls of the Aesir's stronghold, and the Vanir, though weary, trampled upon the field. Thus the common enemies of gods and men sowed discord, and all the worlds in Yggdrasil, the tree that is existence itself, were shaken by the strife. But finally, peace was joined, sealed by the exchange of hostages and multiple marriages. One of these marriages was decided not by a ring match but by a contest of another nature, when the elf maiden Skadi, the skier and huntress, was given compensation by the gods for the death of her father, Wayland. They cast her father's eyes up in the heavens, where they became stars, and his memory would always remain. She was also permitted to choose any husband from among the gods, provided she saw only his legs. So they lined up, with only their legs visible, and Skadi, spying one handsome pair, thought she had chosen the handsome Balder. Instead it turned out to be Njord, god of the sea, who, Connor told her, was greatly honored in Elkgarth. Joining her husband by the seashore, Skadi was kept awake at night by the crying of the seagulls, but when she and her husband stayed in her beloved mountains, he was troubled by the howling of the wolves. But Gulveig, reborn, went to Ironwood, there to rear her monstrous offspring. In the east the Ancient One sat, in the Ironwood, and reared the brood of Fenris. From among them one came forth, in monstrous form, the moon's destroyer. He feeds on lives, on doomed men, he reddens the heavens, the blood flows. The light of the summer sun then grows dark. 35. It reminded Phoebe of the solar eclipse that heralded the retribution and became its most lasting symbol, the extinguishing of light by darkness. Yet that defeat was not total, nor was Ragnarok the end. As for the wolf Fenris, the gods, taking thought for his evil, sought to restrain him with chains, but to no avail. Even when they played upon his pride and convinced him to submit to the chain as a challenge to his strength, he burst it merely by flexing his muscles. Word was then sent to the dwarves, the greatest craftsmen in the cosmos. Deep in their labyrinthine complex of smithies they forged a fetter from 6 things undetectable by the senses of man. 36. The roots of a mountain, said Connor's second youngest daughter. The beard of a woman, said her older sister. The sinews of a bear, chimed in Liam. The spittle of a bird, said his younger brother Niall, a boy of 8, who had his father's brown eyes, with auburn hair that hinted at his mother's. Connor helped by placing his palms down on the floor, then lifting them gingerly as he slunk forward silently. Kitty, Ronan said in triumph. Yes, Connor said with a smile, easing back into his chair. So the gods told the wolf that Gleipnir had indeed been made from dwarf magic, but that the real question was whether strength was greater than cunning. Perhaps Fenris was too cowardly to find out. At this, the monstrous wolf consented to let the fetter be put around him, but only on one condition, that one of the gods would put his hand in Fenris' maw, as a pledge that the fetter would be removed if he did not have the strength to break it. The gods were at a loss, for if they were to bind Fenris, one of them would surely lose his hand. Then Tyr spoke out boldly, promising that he would give the pledge and offering his right hand as security. Fenris knew this was no small thing, for Tyr was god of warriors, and surely a war god with no hand to grip his weapons would be of little use to Asgard. The other gods protested to Tyr that he should not sacrifice so much, but he knew that it was necessary if the world was to be saved. And so he placed his hand in those mighty jaws, and the gods placed the fetter on Fenris. When they were done, the mighty wolf flexed his muscles as before, but the more he stretched, the tighter Gleipnir became. When at last he realized that he was overcome, Fenris clamped his jaws in anger, biting Tyr's hand off at the wrist. But now that Fenris was bound, the gods were able to convey him to the dreadful world of Niflheim, where they attached chains to the fetter and fastened him down tightly. There he lies until Ragnarok, when, it is said, he will break loose to bring havoc to the order the gods have made. Why didn't he pull his hand away at the last moment? Asked Niall. His brother Liam glowered at him. Would that have been honorable? Hadn't he pledged himself? The oldest son, soon to enter the trials, seemed especially eager to prove himself ready. Liam is right, Connor acknowledged. When you pledge yourself and give an oath, you bind yourself. You are bound just like Fenris. Every warrior is like the wolf, he went on, looking at his 3 sons in turn. The youngest, though scarcely comprehending, hung on his words. For the good of society, the warrior allows himself to be bound to law. No one can force him, he takes this on freely. It is a fetter you cannot see or feel, but it is no less strong for all that. It is honor that binds him. In each of us lies a wolf, but we restrain it and make it serve the greater good of our family, our Garth, and our folk. There may come a time when we will be called upon to lose more than our right hand in defense of our people. Then, turning to his middle son, he asked, "What is written on the stone outside the Hall of Men?" "Blood." That is why Tyr is also the god of law, of justice, and why our people have always held our assemblies on his day, Tuesday, Thursday. The law needs warriors to uphold it, and lawless warriors are merely killers. The one-handed warrior has always been with our people. The Celts had Nuada Silverhand, and the Romans had Mucius Scaevola. That is why his rune has been carved on our weapons since ancient times. He pulled out his ranger's knife. Its handle had several notches, and above them was an arrow symbol. Phoebe had seen that before, carved in the trees outside the garth. Tyr. Suddenly she remembered that it was what Ethelstan had whispered as they approached the garth that day. Later, she and her husband sat before the fire in their own home. Although they had chairs enough, they still preferred to sit on the floor in front of the fire, just as they had on their forest journey. She was leaning back on her arms as he rubbed her feet, which were no longer sore as they had been on their trek, but she was happy to have his attentions just the same. He appeared to be lost in thought. Phoebe hesitated to break the silence and ask him about his first mission. "Do I really need to know?" she wondered. "What difference does it make? But there is something there, I feel it." That was more than a scavenge. On one side was a boy lamenting his father. On the other stood a man, a master scavenger, who had accomplished the impossible. She tried to reassure herself that he had already shared things no one else knew, that a man will tell his wife things he won't share with other men, because he needs to. And yet she hesitated, partly out of fear for what she would learn, but partly because asking might not bring an answer, and that would be worse. The silence of a husband could be torment. And yet she asked, "Ethelstan, on our wedding day, there was a little girl who greeted you. Connor said you scavenged her a long time ago, that it was your first mission, the one Leonidas sent you on. Will you tell me about it?" His hands stopped their movement and he looked at her, and a haunted look passed across his eyes. For a while, her question hung there, as if poised on a balance, and with it, she felt, hung the nature of the marriage they would have. On one side lay the nighttime whisperings of lovers that no one could hear, and also pain, but less keen for being shared. On the other side lay pain, as well, but it was shrouded in silence and secrecy, a force consuming from within. The balance swayed for a moment, and then one side came down. "I was away from the garth when Leonidas came back," he began, looking at the flames as he resumed rubbing her feet. "I was in the trials. They told me he had been shot, that he was dying. An outlander's bullet had hit him in the chest, and while it had missed the vital organs, the infection was slowly killing him. I came as quickly as I could, but by the time I got back here, he was dead." It occurred to Phoebe that the one-eyed wanderer had died here, in this cabin, surrounded by relics from a life of combat and the cradle for a child that was never born. He was clutching his book to his chest, and I knew he was keeping it for me. I had been out of the garth with him a few times, as an apprentice, and he had shown me his notes and maps. But now I could see that he had added to it, and what's more, he had hidden a message for me. I told the others I needed to be alone. When I read his message, I understood the significance of what he was asking me to do. I would have to leave the garth secretly, because the men's council would never consent to me going off like that, in the middle of my trials, with no experienced scavenger to guide me. So it was to be all or nothing. He let out a sigh, slowly. Success would drown out the condemnation of my action, but failure would amplify it, and I would be exiled. And that's assuming I returned alive, after all, from a scavenge that had killed Leonidas. I've often thought about why my father sent me on a mission he knew might kill me. He realized that otherwise, he would be the last scavenger. And without a scavenger, the garth would be sealed off. Ethelstan looked from the fire to her, and she felt he was addressing her now as a scavenger's wife, to make sure she understood some point. So I think he was prepared to risk it, to risk me, because the stakes were that high. It was the only way he could see to keep the scavengers trade alive. Of course, if I failed, I would most likely be dead. But if I succeeded, I might save many more lives than just the ones we scavenged. This explanation had the ring of truth, but Phoebe also knew that Leonidas believed his son possessed a potential that was unheard of. What would have been a suicide mission for anyone else might just be possible for him. Still, she thought, only 17. But these are all things I thought about long afterwards, he confessed. At the time, I didn't see it as a burden he was placing on me. And I wasn't worried about my own death. My heart was consumed with thoughts of revenge. I knew that when I reached many apples, it wouldn't be just a scavenge. I wouldn't count it as a success until I had dealt with the one who had given Leonidas the fatal blow, whoever it was. I even took my father's knife with me, because even though I had my own, I wanted his killer to die by Leonidas' blade. The flames danced in his blue eyes, as he watched the fire for a while in silence, his lips twitching almost imperceptibly. He blinked, then resumed his story. I left that very night without anyone noticing. I slipped past the ranger ring and followed his map, saw the signs he had left behind. It took me a couple of days and nights. When I came to Solon Springs, I found the car and drove south. But when I got to Many Apples, things became more difficult. Phoebe tried to imagine him roaming the streets of that city 6 years ago. She would have been 13. Had they crossed paths, perhaps, never dreaming that the person on the other side of the street was destined for them. Came around. Not Colorids, whites. It appeared to be a kidnapping, probably planned well in advance, only Leonidas got mixed up in it. They shot the father and Leonidas, and left him for dead as they went off with the mother and the child. Except for the whites, Phoebe thought, the story almost sounded like an era enforcement. No one wanted to talk about it. No one was admitting they knew anything. But finally, I got one old man to mention the bunker. That's all he would say. A shudder ran through Phoebe, fear and revulsion vying for mastery. Do you know it? He asked. I heard rumors, but nothing I would believe. Maybe there was some truth to those rumors. Long before the retribution, he explained, the bunker had been the nerve center of the region's communications, what they had called the internet. Its original purpose had long been abandoned, the fate of so many projects during the darkening and the hunger. But the drab building, which still bore the words, Minnesota Technology Center, had been put to another, darker purpose. The brilliant ingenuity of white engineers, officially banned by the retribution, continued under a new guise, gynotechnesis. The term was unfamiliar to Phoebe, but not the thing itself. The fashioning of robots for the purpose of having sex with them. In this way, any taste could be satisfied, and with an increasing shortage of white women, there was plenty of money to be made by renting out these artificial ones, so lifelike. But something in Edelston's eyes told her that something more dreadful lay in the bunker. Finding the building was not hard, but getting in was. Everyone going in had an ID, and punched a keypad, then a screen scanned their hand. I watched the place, until I saw one of the engineers come out who looked enough like me. I took his ID, forced the code out of him, then. Well, I got past the palm scan. It had to be quick, and I was. A growing knot formed in Phoebe's stomach as Edelston continued. I had no idea where the mother and child were, but my one advantage was that no one expected me. They had written off Leonidas. They never expected him to live long enough to tell anyone, and even if he did, they'd never think anyone would dare seek vengeance. I had dressed myself in the engineer's clothes. At first, I just tried to get the lie of the land. There were other people in the building, of course, but all of them were whites, not a single colored. And then I saw laboratories, where he was at a loss for words, and then he found them. Words, phrases, fragments of sentences, strung together to explain a technological reality that two young people born decades into the retribution could scarcely comprehend. A way for the machine to extend the body, multiply the body, pass sensation to the body. A way for a man to think he had the woman right here, though she was far away, yet to forcibly induce in her what he desired, and for the machine to pass that feeling back to the man. Not acting, not performance, but awful reality, too much reality. Rape not by one, but by the many, manifested through the machine. The fate the woman had been consigned to, and countless others before her, made Phoebe's stomach turn. The tears welled up, and she grabbed for Ethelstan, clung to him as she cried. She hated the world, hated what had become of it. The high technology that whites had created, its great promise to enlighten and entertain and ease pain, had all ended in this. The race that had once boasted of mastering nature, that had sent mighty vessels across the seas and across the solar system, had degenerated into men enslaved by their own perverse desires. From being kings of infinite space, their cramped imaginations were now bounded in a nutshell. She wept for Ethelstan, too, for while he knew another world was possible, and had his home there in fact, he could not remain. He wintered in heaven, but summered in hell. He did this so that others might escape to the garth and try to forget the wretched world to which he would return. Ethelstan held her, his chest rising in a deep sigh. When he spoke again, his voice had a steely resolve to it. When I realized what was going on there, it was like a switch flipped in my mind. The woman, the baby, they faded away, and all I knew, without a shadow of a doubt, was that I was going to kill every single man in that building. I didn't care if I died there. None would escape. I went back to the front and cut down the guard like you would cut open an apple. I sealed off the exits. And then it began. It was like a dream in which I could move faster than anyone else. I opened doors and ended lives. Someone hit the alarm. They knew something was wrong. But each of the men who came at me, with gun or knife or bare fist, they stood no chance. It was like magic. None of them, you see, were completely in the present moment here. He pointed to his head. Their minds held fear, of course, but also all the other things they wanted in life. More money or drugs, a robot or a whore, people they wanted to see again, things they wanted to do. But I was completely here, single of purpose, with no competing desires. I wanted only to see them die. He let out a bitter laugh. You know, I actually felt sad that things were going too fast for them. Sad that they were going to die too quickly. His muscles tensed, and suddenly Phoebe felt a familiar sensation. As Ethelstan continued, she realized that she was slipping away, falling again as she had 3 times before. But this time was different. I was in a hallway on the 2nd floor when I heard a baby crying. All at once she was there, seeing not with the eyes of a wolf or a hawk or a horse, but with the eyes of her husband. She was in his body as he turned back suddenly, saw his hand reach out to open a door, heard the incessant ping-ping-ping of the alarm. Inside the room, she saw a naked woman lying on a large metal table, curled up on her side around a half-swaddled baby. Despite the baby's loud cries and the alarm, the mother appeared to be sleeping peacefully. Phoebe saw Ethelstan's hands reach out to wake her up, felt it as he shook her shoulders. Then she realized, as he did, that the woman was dead. Had they killed her? Phoebe wondered. Perhaps they didn't need her body anymore, or maybe her death had resulted from some twisted procedure gone wrong. Or had she killed herself? Phoebe suspected that the captors had kept the baby as a guarantee that she would cooperate. After all, why would she leave her daughter behind, only to be sold off to organ harvesters, or worse? Then Edelston looked down, and Phoebe saw the empty vial between mother and child. She had taken deadly drugs, but the dose had acted too quickly. The woman had dropped what she intended for her baby before she could take her child with her down that dark, fatal hall. Now that infant girl, only a few months old, was crying for her mother's comfort, with no notion that she was gone forever. Here lay the last, feeble link to father and mother, a line that stretched back to the beginning. Edelston reached down and picked her up, holding her against his right shoulder, patting her. Phoebe could feel the touch of the baby on his flesh, though from that touch she felt far more in the wellsprings of her nature than he did, an urgent, irresistible love of woman for baby. But she also felt, as he did, the searing pain that plunged into his back at that moment, just beneath his right shoulder.